too. There you go.
There,
All
he turned it on.
hello.
Good.
Okay.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's ready? Everyone, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Nope. Everyone is present, nobody is absent. Do we have any community comments? Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to
So
enter
moved.
closed session.
Second.
Made by Rosie, seconded by Jose. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously.
Okay.
you for coming. We have a full house. Thank you so much for being here. All right, it's 5:42. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Victor Valley Union High School District, April 13th, 2023. As I'm calling this regular session out, I have a couple things to report from closed session. In closed session, the Board of Education took action on payment approval to West Trucks International for invoice 04P190345 and 04P197444 for a total of $11,213.98. These were purchases of supplies that took total purchases of supplies for West Trucks International above the bid limit of $109,300 for this current fiscal year. The motion was made by Jose Barrios, seconded by Rosie Hinojos, and it passed 5 unanimously. The second item is, in closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve Larry Joe Williams as the principal of New Middle School Number 3. That motion was made by Jose Barrios, seconded by Kent Crosby, and also unanimously approved.
I can't be more pleased that the board took action to approve, Joe to be the next principal of our school. This school is going to have a focus on literacy and really an opportunity for us to do a lot of really good things, especially in a growing community. It's time for us to grow and expand and to lead that school. Really excited that Mr. Williams will be leading it. He's excited to get to work pretty quickly, and
evidently, he's there at the podium.
He's standing at the podium already, and the work starts now. Joe.
Nice. Board of Directors, Cabinet, community. I'm extremely humbled to be named the first principal of the newest school in our district in 9 years. As our community grows, so does the expectation of our district to produce students that are college-bound, career tech ready, and are productive members of our society. With that being said, there are so many people that have supported me through my years here at the district. I did not get here this evening without the support of teachers, counselors, district staff, district personnel, classified staff, administrators that all have a shared vision. My commitment to our community is to build schools that are safe, students that are supported and can reach their full potential. The school has a clear focus on literacy, getting students ready for A through G environment and prepared for high school. As for our employees, I will be sure that they feel valued, heard, and supported through collaboration. I can't wait to get started on our next chapter. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'd like to announce that all of our board members are present. We have no one absent, and I'd like to have a pledge. And I'm looking in our audience if we have a student. Wendy, can I have you lead us in the pledge, please?
Hands over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Jose moved, and I think Kent seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. We have recognition for the San Bernardino County National History Day competition. Our medal winners, we're ready to honor those students.
Dr. Yee will be walking through the day and kind of what that day meant to everybody in the competition and the success that our students had.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. It is an honor this evening to share with you a little bit about our National History Day competition. Each year, our students in grades 7 through 12, they compete in the National History Day competition where they select a topic and then they dive deeply into the past by conducting extensive research. They then present their conclusions and evidence through papers, exhibits, performances, documentaries, or websites, moving through a series of contest levels where they are evaluated by professional historians and educators. This year's theme was Frontiers in History, People, Places, and Ideas. This evening, we would like to recognize the students from 2 of our sites who placed at the county level. We have 1 student from Adelanto High School and 8 students from Cobalt Institute of Math and Science. Of the 9 students who placed, 4 of them will be advancing to the state level competition in Sacramento this coming weekend. And we want to wish them the very best. And to introduce our winners this evening from Adelanto High School, I would like to ask Mrs. Purcell to come to the podium, followed by Dr. McNally from Sims. Again, congratulations to our students. We are very proud of you.
Well, Mia, you know who you are. You can start to make your way.
It would be on the bottom, huh?
Like to please call forward Mia Angela Martinez. She will be going on to Sacramento tomorrow. And I would like to give a shout out to our teacher, Mr. Fran Hertline. She was our 1 student from our school that competed. She worked with Mr. Hertline, a U.S. history teacher, and we are very, very proud of you and wish you the absolute best. Congratulations.
Actually, if we can get all the students to just kind of line up right in front of the board afterwards, we'll take a picture.
There you go.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Coles, and Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize our students for their hard work and dedication towards their History Day projects. At Sims, students complete a History Day project each year in their social studies classes. History Day projects allow students to build upon their prior knowledge and skill sets as they advance through each grade level. Projects are a way for students to demonstrate their understanding of historical events, use critical thinking skills, and demonstrate how historical events have modern day implications. Sims staff collaborates with students to help individualize projects and use their process of academic discovery to develop top-notch projects. Sims has always placed a high value on creating these projects as it promotes collaboration, research, critical thinking, and building upon prior student knowledge. It is my pleasure to not only recognize Sims students, but also their teachers for their dedication to student achievement and success. So great job, Sims family, for providing students with an opportunity to excel. And with that, I would like to introduce our first runner-up junior individual website, Melanie Rodriguez. First runner-up senior group documentary, Dean Vargas and Jerry Fontia. Come on down. Second runner-up senior group documentary, Melanie Flores and Alana Herrera. Champion junior individual website, Brooklyn Ballard. And champion senior project podcast, Juan Pablo Arias and Brandon Castro. Congratulations, students.
They're all taller than us, so. Okay.
No, no, you stay where you are.
They're the important. Amen, brother.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Edmiston, if you can move it that way, Mr. Various, move it that way. No, you can stay where you are, please.
Oh,
Fantastic. All right. Okay, I'm gonna let the parents get a couple. Any parents? Any more parents need to get a photo? No?
All right, Ms. Ballard.
Okay, and just wait for me real quick here. Say cheese. Okay, thank you guys.
Hang on, you got one more here. Oh, wait, one more is down here. One more. Go for it, Mom.
Congratulations to all you students who worked hard on History Day projects. You know, the good things about history, we learn so much from it. We learn not to repeat our mistakes. We learn to make things better. Thank you for your efforts in that regards to our students and to their teachers. Thank you for guiding them. Thank you. Next, we'll have Dr. Jackson tell us about the Heritage Program. Or I should say the wonderful Heritage Program. That's right.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just give you a little information about Heritage. So last year, Board of Trustees, we began to have conversations about our data and what we were seeing with our African American and Black students with regards to graduation and A through G. According to historical data, within the last 5 years, African American and Black students had a graduation rate of between 67 to 72% district-wide, which was about 12 to 13% less than our Hispanic students, which makes the largest population in our district. Our African American and Black students were also seeing disproportionate rates of about 10 to 13% when it came to A through G completion compared to other student groups. And this gave birth to our Heritage Program that really provides additional support for African American and Black students in grades 10 through 12. We began the pilot at Adelanto High School. And here this evening, we will hear about the Heritage Program from Mrs. Purcell, the principal of Adelanto High School, and also Dr. Jackson Jarrell, who is Adelanto's Heritage Coordinator. Mrs. Purcell.
Good evening, all. Thank you for the time to briefly provide an update and overview of the Heritage Program. As with any program, it is the people that truly make a difference. There have been several people involved with Heritage that we will thank throughout the presentation. One special person who has spent countless hours advocating, planning, working with students, family, and community is our Heritage Coordinator, Dr. Jackson. Please welcome Dr. Jackson to share with you what this Heritage Program you all keep hearing about really is.
Thank you so much. Hello, board members, Superintendent Coles. Next slide, please. So, what is Heritage? Heritage is a district-wide equity program designed for African American students. It is designed to help African American students reach their A through G attainment. But what makes Heritage different from other programs on campuses who also work to get students through A through G attainment is the cultural component of Heritage. Combined with pushing students toward college entry and taking A through G classes, we have the cultural component, which comprises of trips. We take cultural trips. We've gone to the African American Smithsonian this year. We've gone to the Black College Expo, and both of those places exposed our students to college, but also gave them a historical background of what life was like for African Americans in this country. And we all know that the data supports students who learn about their culture and understand their history perform better in school and are more confident. We also take college visits. We take 3 through 4 college visits every year. What makes Heritage different is we go to visit colleges and we go to, we hear admissions, we hear financial aid, we take the tour. But when our students go on college campuses, the first thing that they notice is there are no black people. That's what they say, literally, explicitly. And what we do in Heritage is make sure that we connect with the black student organizations on campuses. We make sure that we connect with the Black Resource Centers so that our students understand that they do have a place in college. They do have a community that will support them while they're there. And it changes their perspective about college. So with that, we also have guest speakers every quarter. Our next guest speaker is actually a former Adelanto High student who shares some of the lived experiences of our Heritage students. And he also is in college right now at Fresno State playing D1 basketball. And the students are so excited that he's coming back to our community to speak to them. And so are some of our teachers who had him as a student. And finally, what makes Heritage a success is the parent engagement. We can't just send our parents emails and expect them to show up. Whenever we have parent meetings, I'm calling every parent personally, 347 parents. As tiring and as hard as it is, we have to make those direct connections with parents. Parents are calling, asking me questions, asking me how they can support the school. So all these 4 corners coupled with A through G attainment is what makes Heritage a success. Thank you.
Next slide. Heritage has been a program that has disrupted traditional ways of scheduling students that is targeted to remove systemic barriers for student success. Students and families feel as if they are truly partners in their students' education. The goals for the Heritage program, of course, is to close the gap in the A through G completion. We are truly trying to make sure that students feel connected to their school. We are hoping and have already begun to improve district and school systems and practices so that all students can be successful, increasing family engagement, and also assisting families in advocating for their children, whether it be emailing their teachers and even encouraging students to speak to their own teachers because they are young adults. They will soon be out of high school and mom and dad won't be there to fight your battles for you. So equipping them with the tools to be successful beyond high school. Next slide. So though it may sound simple, there was a lot of work that had to be done before the start of the year. Starting in July, in addition to the transcript analysis that we will talk about, we had to create the system for monitoring the students' progress as well as the program effectiveness. You can't just do something and say, okay, it worked. You have to have metrics in place and monitor ongoing. The year of speakers, trips, student celebrations all had to be planned out in advance. And last but not least, communication to the stakeholders. You can't do something of this magnitude without making sure your community, the board, your teachers, students, and everyone is aware of the why and what Heritage is. Next slide. So leveling up is not just for Super Mario fans, if there's any people that like Mario like I did. Leveling up is something that has become a term on campus for the Heritage students and even the staff. So what happened in this transcript analysis? Shout out to the counselors, Dr. Yee, Dr. Bias down from San Bernardino County. They came in over July. We printed out all the transcripts of the African American students from grades 10 through 12. We had them spread out over the table. We were going through, we had to come up with the consensus of what makes a different level. So on the screen, you will see that our level 1 students are those that are already on track for A through G completion. They don't need a lot of monitoring and support, so the frequency at which they meet with Dr. Jackson is less. Our level 2 students They have a high potential, but they needed to make up 1 to 4 D's or F's in order to meet A through G. And our level 4 students, those at risk of not graduating high school at all, were our main focus groups for this first year. We felt that if we could make a difference in level 2 and level 4 students, we would make a great impact on attaining and increasing our A through G completion rate. What was telling through this practice, and we talk about it changing the system on the whole, we identified key areas that led to the low A through G rate on our campus. First, it was the high level of D's that students earned. So that led to the conversation with staff about the focus on learning and our PLC process, providing students the opportunity to retake tests, and also utilizing Accelis and Apex in order for students to make up those classes. We also noticed that there were some gatekeeper classes in our scheduling practices by counselors, specifically in math and sciences, that prevented students from being on track to meet A through G. Specifically in 10th grade, if students didn't do well in math or science, they were given, for example, business math or basic stats, and they were no longer in integrated math. They were no longer in the college prep laboratory sciences, and that really prevented them from making progress. So though Heritage is about the levels, and this system was applied to the African American students, I am proud to say that our counselors have applied this new philosophy to all students. You'll hear later how it's had an impact on our campus school-wide. Lastly, doing this, we also had to balance all of our other priorities. Our students attaining their syllabi literacy, our students completing CTE pathways, and also our AP passage rate. Next slide.
So part of what went on with Heritage was the site activities. We had 3 parent informational meetings this year. We had an intro to Heritage meeting. We had a college and financial aid and scholarship meeting. And then we had the HBCU trip parent meeting. And we had a wonderful turnout with those parents coming to learn information about Heritage and getting them connected to our campus. I also meet with the students every quarter. Well, I meet with the students once a month. We definitely look at grades every time they come in. I have them open up their portals and they check their grades. We discuss any D's or F's and what they can do to raise those grades. We took college tours, we talked about that, and we'll have students share their experiences from our HBCU trip. We did cultural enrichment activities, museum trips, events and performances. We had all of our 11th graders sign up for the PSAT and the SAT. We had financial aid and college scholarship workshops where parents came in, and we actually had teachers help our parents sign up for the FAFSA. And they stayed in our computer lab and got their children signed up. And the students came back on a different occasion and we filled out college applications. So every one of our Heritage level 1 and level 2 students applied for Cal States and or UCs and private colleges. We got them all finished with FAFSAs and got all of them applied for those universities. And as you heard yesterday, we had over 69 colleges, college acceptances. Well, 69 colleges whose students were accepted to. We also had academic support resources, tutoring, and advocating. An example of that is there were some classes our students were taking, and we saw that they were getting D's and F's in the classes. And I discussed with the students some of their concerns and what they were struggling with, and I would go and talk to the teacher and find out what I could do to support our students who were struggling in that class and kind of connect the dots for them. And once that conversation was had, I was able to go back to my students, let them know what they could do to improve the grades, and we saw a rise. So just that advocacy piece between the student and teachers. Reviewing schedules for class changes, guest speakers, quarterly celebrations for students who are leveling up, senior celebration, in which I've invited all of you to. Please check your emails. April 26th will be our decision day for Heritage students and their families. And we do career preparation and workshops, financial literacy. When I call them in once a month, we go over different workshops such as credit, things that they should know as they're moving into adulthood, financial literacy, credit, personal budgeting, just making and working with the whole student.
Next slide. You can't start something without knowing what you are going to measure. So these were expected results and data points at which we knew would be measurable that we were hoping to accomplish by the end of the first year of implementation. So of course, the increase of a sense of belonging, confidence, self-esteem, and educational legacy as determined by a panorama survey, increased family engagement based upon our sign-in sheets, the increase in the college university matriculation that will show up at the end of the year in our CDE report, as well as graduation rate being increased as well. Next slide. This is getting exciting. There's been a lot of words. Are you ready for this, folks? Thus far, though we are not at the end of the first year, we have seen a 46% increase in level 1 students. These are students ready to go directly to a 4-year college or university. 95% of our level 1 students have received college acceptances so far, and this was just as of Tuesday.
Wow. Very good. Very good.
50% of our level 2 students, now to remind you, level 2 students were those who had to make up a couple D's and F's. They had been accepted to 4-year universities, 50% of those, and 52% of our level 2 seniors have leveled up to level 1. So that was a drastic jump for them.
That's very nice.
Wow. Good.
We have seen a 23% decrease in level 3. Those are the students that went from high school graduation only. Those students leveled up to level 1 or 2. And last but certainly not least, an 80% decrease in level 4 students. We went from 15 students at risk of not graduating just to 3, and we're hoping to save those last 3 as well. Next slide. Next slide. So a huge thank you, Mr. Cole, Superintendent, board members, Dr. Yee. We thank you for bringing this idea and selecting Adelanto to be a pilot and trusting us with the program. We sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to send 45 students on a 6-day HBCU college trip. It was a wonderful, long 6 days of 45 kids, I tell you, but there's a lot that we learned. We made it all the way down south and to the East Coast of Washington as well. And we do have 2 students to come share their experiences about the trip and how it has changed them. So we'll like to invite Tiana Chappelle.
For me, this HBCU trip was an amazing opportunity, and I want to thank Dr. Jackson and Ms. Purcell for allowing me to be a part of this experience. This trip was a plethora of things. At times, an emotional roller coaster, especially at the MLK Monument and the Smithsonian Museum, where they covered very heavy and emotional topics regarding our history, but they also showed how beautiful and empowering our history can be. At other times, it was feeling of an overwhelming excitement, for me especially at Spelman University. I feel Spelman had the most informative and interactive college tour. The school in general really resonated with me, not only with its beautiful campus, but with an welcoming community. Not to mention the class sizes. They had 11-to-1 ratio, and they had study abroad programs. And they had many on-campus activities and traditions. There were also some saddening and disheartening parts of the trip just because of the area that we visited, and that would be racism. Whether it was being followed around in stores or receiving unpleasant remarks, there were bitter interactions. But these interactions showed me why it was so important to have HBCUs, not only as a safe haven, but as a place of community and a place to be understood. Overall, I can say this trip has taught me how to take the good with the bad, broaden my perspective past California, and how to maneuver through new experiences. This trip for me has prepared me for my prosperous future and for many more wonderful experiences to come. Thank you.
And last but not least, Mr. Tiandre Woods. I must warn everybody, I'm gonna give you a time limit. He's more verbose than I. He's a future minister, so we put him in front of the mic. Come on, Tiandre.
How are you guys doing this afternoon? I don't know. I'm super excited to be up here. I didn't prepare a speech or anything. Like Ms. Purcell said, I'm long-winded. And it's funny that she calls me a future minister when I have like horrible social anxiety. I'm like just so shaky up here. That's ironic, man. God is funny. This trip showed me a whole lot of things. It helped me grow not only intellectually but even physically. I was bunked with a wrestler, a football player, a track runner, just a whole bunch of boys. So we was doing push-ups, all that, arm wrestling. We was doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff. But the trip, one thing that I want to really just highlight is when we went to the AA Smithsonian Museum, seeing the poeticism and the art style, how we started off on the first level with the antebellum slavery history, and then going up to where the music history was. It just showed like how black people are enslaved Africans went from the bottom to the top in their culture. And one thing that really stuck out to me was seeing the people around me being delivered from these kind of stereotypes that they put themselves in, like this box that they put themselves in, knowing that they don't have to fit the status quo. And one thing I learned was that education provides revelation for what we do as a district is transformation. That's what we push for in kids, and that's one thing that I really loved. Like my classmate said, it is a emotional roller coaster during the trip. You bunk with a whole bunch of people. I'm like kind of introverted. After a minute, I got to recharge. But I did love the fact that I was able to travel, see some new things, and just learn more about history and just be empowered through education and seeing just how just lives being changed really was the thing for me. And I mean, I have a lot to say, but my time limit. One more thing, I appreciate Dr. Jackson and Ms. Purcell for going on this trip. I really, am grateful for this opportunity. I hope that we do have more things like this to come. And in education, it's just seeing, everything from the Martin Luther King monument to education is powerful. That's one thing I learned in a nutshell. Education is powerful, and if you give it to people who need it, when rain falls and we see the leaks, like the graduation rate and the A through G requirement rate not really being met, we can see that there needs to be a fix. We don't have to go around fixing the whole house. You know what I'm saying? If there's a leak, we fix that leak, and if any other problems arise, we're going to handle that. But this trip, it was education is powerful. Thank you.
So again, thank you all for your support. I know you've heard the term heritage quite a bit, but I would just like to close on one final data point. Heritage, though designed for our Black students, it has had a school-wide impact. This year alone, we are looking at a 17% jump in our A through G completion rate school-wide, and this is all due to the practices that we learned through the transcript analysis. So again, thank you for your time and your support. Have a great evening.
Any coins we can give those students? Yeah. Would those two students please come back up here for just a moment?
So you were able to see it yesterday. This is our district challenge coin. It really represents the excellence in this district. So I appreciate the comments today, but really it's a legacy that you both believe behind, as being part of this program, because this program isn't going to stop at Atlanta. It is going to expand to our other schools. Because the success that happens, your success is our success. So thank you for everything that you have done and for sharing what you have contributed to, and then also the importance of this trip. So on behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to present you with our district challenge points. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jackson, Ms. Purcell, come on up, please.
Yes, Purcell, where's Jackson Purcell? Come on up here.
Ebony, just don't stand in front of me.
What are you? She's 7 foot. She's 7 feet.
Let's see.
A short one.
Just big for the cracks here, guys, no big. Okay, you can see me, I can see you. Okay. I see cheese. Okay, anybody else?
Riley. Send it to me.
I already responded. I was the first.
Planning on it if something doesn't happen.
I'm confident our future is in good hands.
Yeah.
And Mr. Coles, I don't think our history students got coins, but their teachers are here, so if the teachers of the history students could see Heather before you leave, so we can make sure our history students also get a district challenge coin. Thank you. At this time, we'll move to the Superintendent Student Advisory Council report, and that, I believe, is Selena and Ayana from Lakeview.
Hi, my name is Selena Shahadi. I'm the senior class president at Lakeview Leadership Academy.
Hi, I'm Ayana Wallace, and I'm the junior class president at Lakeview Leadership Academy.
We are both a part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council.
We are here today to speak about what this community is. This has been very helpful to our school and has become a way to connect with other students across the district. We have been working on many projects which are improving our school, such as obtaining more mental health resources on campuses, tackling facility problems, and addressing the drug problem at schools in our district.
Overall, trying to achieve a safe and healthy educational environment for all students. This is a great program to give students a voice because as students, we have a different perspective on what's happening in our schools than our staff members do. Being in this program is such an honor for us because we are able to help our schools improve and get our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Diana and Abraham from Adelanto. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a senior at Adelanto High School, and my name is Diana, and this is my partner, Abraham, and he's a junior at Adelanto High School. So first off, our first event was a variety show. Adelanto High School hosted its very first variety show where students all across campus were able to showcase their talents before an audience. This event was a wonderful way to begin a newfound tradition. Next up, we had our Saints Showdown. All through February, our senior and junior girls have dedicated much of their efforts to the annual Powder Puff game that is hosted every spring. This event was preceded by our final pep rally of the year and succeeded by our ASB senior night. Next up, we have our March into Wellness. Adelanto High School has reinforced just how valuable it is to implement sublorious mental health across campus. And with these progressive efforts, we have seen an increase in promotion of our on-campus mental health clinician who is available to assist our students in becoming the best individuals they can be. Next up, we have our automotive competition. Most recently, our automotive department was invited to attend an automotive competition hosted by Victor Valley College. During this event, our students worked closely together to successfully earn the first place title of the competition. In honor of Pi Day, our mathletes hosted an event to raise awareness around the wonders of math, that is, the rational number of pi. We also next up have our Mamma Mia musical. Adelanto High School has produced a wide range of wondrous productions, but have decided to present the biggest musical extravaganza of the year, Mamma Mia, which you guys are all welcome to join us tomorrow at 6:00 p.m. Next up, we have our spring concert, which was recently our music department hosted its second to last concert of the 2022 to 2023 school year. With genres all across the spectrum, the audience was able to immerse themselves into the music. Next up, we had our AP European History trip. AP European History were given the opportunity to tour much of Europe from locations of London, Berlin, and even Paris. Our students visited historical landmarks that they have previously learned about.
Up next, as previously mentioned, we had our Heritage Field Trip. During spring break, our Heritage program invited a selected group of students to tour an array of HBCUs. Our Heritage students not only learned about the many schools that preserved an array of opportunities, but they were also able to learn about the history and culture of African Americans in the U.S. Up next, we also have individual meetings with counselors. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors have been curating their schedules for the upcoming school year, and the seniors have been planning their lives after high school. And also recently, Adelanto High School hosted its inaugural VIP Track and Field Day, where over 250 special education students had the opportunity to participate in an array of activities. This event is all-inclusive and will remain for many years to come. Up next was our silver level yearbook title. Our yearbook department has acquired silver level due to their effective project management, meaning that our yearbook advisor, Ms. Calles, and her students have met all yearbook deadlines as they have been assigned. An increase in sales has also been placed in order to get more yearbooks into the hands of students. Lastly, we had our Future Freshman Night. Our school hosted a Future Freshman Night where rising saints and their families were able to learn all about the wonders of our school. The next Future Freshman Night will be scheduled for May 6th.
Thank you so much.
Diana and Abraham, in addition to the activities you mentioned, all of the board members got to hear your guitar ensemble yesterday. It was wonderful. The students that performed, they did an outstanding job. Thank you. Victor and Kiana from Hook.
Again, huh?
I'll pass down the big ones.
Good afternoon, Victor Valley Union High School board and staff members. I am Victor Jorge, an 8th grade student.
And I am Kiara, a 7th grade student, and we are both class presidents for our grade in ASB leadership.
In February, we had our Valentine's dance, which was a hit for our Wranglers. We had a tremendous amount of students show up to our dance, and they all had a blast.
Our 7th grade honors class had the privilege of being able to attend the Innovators Water Summit at High Desert Church. They gave solutions to help out the current water problem in the high desert. There were some speakers who talked about various subjects, like a past essay winner talking about their life before they won and then their life after. They had tons of knowledge learning at this event.
A select amount of students from each science class at our school were chosen to go on a field trip at the Aquarium of the Pacific in Long Beach. They enjoyed learning about marine life and had a blast in general. A couple days after this event, we had our basketball teams play in their league playoffs, where they were both held in our gym. Our boys team won their league banner and our girls won 3rd place. We are proud of our accomplishments with these teams and the rest of our sports.
We had our family game night ran by PBS a couple of days before our spring break. They had plenty of fun playing a variety of games with their friends and guardians.
Our students went to their junior Jackrabbit Day on the same day as game night at Victor High School. They went to a short pep rally where students could participate in games and win Jackrabbit sponsored shirts. They had their students show our 8th grade students around their campus and showed them a list of clubs, programs, and sports.
Yesterday, students from Silverado who are in ASB and the ASB teacher of Silverado visited our campus and gave a list of clubs, sports, and programs to our 8th grade students. They also came to our ASB class personally and gave a short but informative introduction of how ASB is ran in a high school setting. All of our 8th grade students had their registrations for Victor in Silverado.
We have the biggest track and field team at our school that we have ever had in years. Our soccer team is also very large and is going strong with their games. Yesterday, some students and staff from our school went to the State of the District, which was ran by our wonderful superintendent. We had a nice time learning about everything going on in our district. One of our students, Raymond Ibarra, received a district challenge coin for his determination and motivation to win the league finals with his disability of cerebral palsy.
Tomorrow is our spring dance after school. The theme of the dance is Spring Garden. Our 8th graders are preparing for the end of the year events, including promotion and the 8th grade dance. Also, the Magic Mountain Grand Night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Helen from Lakeview Leadership Academy.
Sorry, I'm short. Good afternoon, board members and district staff. My name is Helen Frias, and I am the ASB president at Lakeview Leadership Academy. We had 2 students selected as MDCP Student of the Year, Aiden Lujan for AME Graphic Communication and Jose Rodriguez Bernal for AME Game Design. Our yearbook earned a gold level recognition through Jocelyn's National Program of Excellence Achievers this year. In March, our freshmen, sophomores, and seniors attended VVC field trips with our college and career technician. On March 30th, our college and career tech, Ms. Miranda, held our first ever junior-senior roundtable event, where juniors and seniors shared their college or career choices and high school advice with middle school students. We held our first ever testing kickoff rally on April 6th, where we used the theme, We Mustache Spartans to do their best on state tests. ASB also passed out stress balls and inspirational bracelets to all the students to get everyone pumped up for state testing. Sienna Hall won the varsity discus throw on April 6th at the high school track competition with a throw of 64 feet and 10 inches. We have many new clubs on campus: the Lead and Inspire, the Film Club, the K-Pop Dance and Discussion Club, the Black Student Union, the Arabic Culture Club, Dungeon and Dragon Club, Green Engineering, and we're in the process of activating a Christian club. We're hosting a 7th grade parent night on April 19th for all incoming 6th grade students, and parents will be welcomed on campus to learn about what Lakeview has to offer. We have held 2 very successful Club Rush events this year, and we will have a 3rd on May 11th. We will be holding our first ever Sparchella Music Festival on May 5th. Our junior and senior class advisors are in the process of planning our first ever Powerpuff competition. Our juniors and seniors will be attending the Prom Girl Grad Girl field trip on April 22nd. Prom is planned for April 29th at Towns End Event Center, and our theme is Our Last Enchanted Evening. We have implemented our new school-wide learning outcome charge, which stands for compassionate, honorable, accountable, respectful, and engaged. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me share all the updates on our school.
Thank you, Helen. Next is Nicole from University Prep.
So as the school year is coming to an end, we don't have that many events, but we did just have prom, and we're doing state testing this week. And on the 28th, we have UP Palooza. May 1st, we have AP testing that begins. And May 12th, there's the junior high dance. That's it.
Patrick, it's your turn.
All right, Patrick's back. What school?
Victor Valley.
Of course.
Your school.
Yeah, they're all tall in Victor Valley, yeah.
A little tall.
We're all called Victor.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Singer, and I'm the ASB Athletics Commissioner for Victor Valley High School.
My name is Hazel. I'm the Executive Vice President.
This semester has been full of special programs and events and will continue through the end of the year. Prior to spring break, we welcomed the 8th graders from Lakeview Leadership Academy and Hook Junior High to our campus. While here, they were treated to a pep rally, tours of our campus, lunch, and club and athletics fair. We can't wait to have our incoming Jackrabbits on campus with us. Upon return from spring break, our campus participated in a program called Breaking Down the Walls. This program, created by Phil Boyd, was a unique opportunity for students and staff to connect, share their stories, and realize it's hard to hate someone whose story you know. Our PBIS team has sponsored twice monthly lunch activities involving students and staff to build rapport on campus. Our BSU also held an Easter egg event in the quad during both A and B lunches. Our students had a wild time. Coming in the fourth quarter, we have our Jackchella Music Festival. Our theme this year is Neon Rave, and we will have carnival games, glow sticks, music, and food trucks. This event is next Friday the 21st from 7 to 10 p.m. And lastly, the end of the year equals senior activities. Spring sports senior nights are the last week of April, followed by prom on May 13th. Seniors will be traveling to the Diamond Bar Center to enjoy our prom themed Down by the Bayou. The end of May brings us to grad night at Disney's California Adventure. Our seniors are working hard to finish strong. We want to invite all of the board members and superintendents to our graduation on May 30th. We know you have supported us all the way through, and we will be honored at your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, young man? Good?
Hey, I want to be the one to give you rose.
Thank you, sweetie.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Hubert from Sims.
Sims. Sims.
Great to see you.
Next time he comes and he gives it to you, say, Sheshini. Thank you.
So can I start? Is everyone ready today?
We are ready.
You guys ready?
Yes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hubert Huang. I am the representative for Sims. Yay! Yay!
Sheshini.
To start off, this year we have our second blood drive. It was held on April 6th. This blood drive actually had one of our largest numbers of donators this year. So we would like to thank the parents and staff who donated along with their students. Class of 2023. Caps and gowns were distributed on seniors on April 5th. The class picture was also taken that day. Over 100 graduates were given silver cords who attended Sims for 6 years. Senior Awards Night is held for May 18th at 6 p.m. Decisions Day will be held at May 19th at 1:30 p.m. And we would like to invite all of you for these end of the year events and hope to see you there. Next up, we have ASB elections. Elections were held for ASB executive boards as well as class officers on April 6th. Not to brag, but I did get nominated as ASB treasurer, so
I second that nomination.
Whoa.
I think it's definitely a small step toward in my life, but to me, I think the small things matters the most, because how can you do the big things if you can't do the small things? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Certainly know what you mean.
Next, we had our spring rally today, actually. Spring sports and prom were recognized. The science department and the PE department competed in a lip sync contest, with the science department coming out victorious. You can watch this rally on Sims Events YouTube channel. We'd also like to thank Mr. Alex and the district for helping us live stream this event. Since not all of the students were able to attend, this was a great alternative so everyone was able to watch. Lastly, prom is tomorrow, so make sure to be there. Yay! It will be at Anaheim on April 14th. Thank you for your time, board members. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Hubert. And our last student comment comes from Wendy Contreras. And you're speaking here on behalf of the students at Silverado, not as the board member. Can you get these together? Thank you.
Good evening, Victor Valley Union High School District. My name is Wendy Contreras, and I am the ASB Executive Board President of this school year. I am representing our school both as a board member and as an ASB member because so many of our other ASB members are currently, like right now, volunteering at Morgan Kincaid Elementary Literacy Night in Victorville, or are working and cheering on our track team as they celebrate their senior night. We have had a lot of exciting stuff going on at Silverado that we'd like to update you on. 2 weeks ago, we had a third wellness week of the year that included events such as tea time and coloring, where students were invited to enjoy a hot cup of tea and honey while coloring. Mandalas and distressing during lunch too. Last week, we also launched our first club council, where we invited members from every single sports and club team on campus to join us in the decision-making processes of our school. This is a new council we hope to implement at least once every 2 months, so that clubs feel empowered to succeed with us on campus. Members of our uppermost senior offices have also spent time this week at Hook Junior High School speaking to middle schoolers with our counselors about their transition to high school. And we are excited to do the same with Mesa Linda Middle School next week. We also sent out 826 invitations to our students that made the Honor Roll Spring festivities because they have a 3.0 GPA higher in the fall 22 semester, and that is a large increase from the previous semester, and we are excited to watch our numbers soar. We would also like to give a quick shout out to our drama department, who will be hosting their spring musical beginning next Thursday through Saturday night. Each showtime begins 6 p.m., and it will be a one-act edition of High School Musical, the musical. Our students have been rehearsing for this event since January, so please feel free to come check us out next week. Also, yesterday our culinary department was at the State of the District, so that's very exciting.
Was that your food? Oh my goodness.
They make so much better food at our school. It's
Yeah.
always a hit.
Oh, at the school.
At the school too.
Bad stuff. All right, field trip.
They'll be happy to do that. And then our Black Student Union performed at yesterday's event, and they're so amazing on our on-campus events as well, and we're proud of how they represent Silverado and our community. And for the Hook, we had a little slogan yesterday during our visits to the Hook's campus. We're like, hook them. So I don't know if they're still here. Are they? No, they left. They left, but if they're debating on whether to go to Victor or Silverado, Hawks eat the rabbits, so we'll hook them. I'm just kidding, guys. Okay, whoever's from Victor. But thank you, and that is all for today.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Carl, at this time, can you read our guidelines for public comments?
If you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing a request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The board will recognize those who desire to speak, either during public comment section on the agenda or before a particular agenda item. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentations. The meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes, if substantial number of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board action may not legally be taken on any item specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage claims or slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal action being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Thank you. Felicia Limbrick from Lakeview.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Coles, and Executive Cabinet. I'm Felicia Limbrick, Principal at Lakeview, and it's an honor to be here with my graphic arts teacher. We have some goodies for you all. So this is Miss Jarvis. She is my graphic arts teacher. And so our graphic art students at Lakeview, they created these banners here for each of our cabinet members and board members with pictures that were all created by our graphic art students. They are created by Ivy Tovar, a 10th grade student, Brianna Baldwin, an 11th grade student. They created the pennant flag design using Adobe Photoshop. Dominic Reyes, a 10th grade student, and Aiden Lujan, who you guys just heard was the MDCP Student of the Year. They did the heat press for the banners. And this is just a little gift and a token of appreciation for everything that everyone in this room does for Lakeview and support. So we thank you.
Didn't make it easy.
Thank you.
Hey, all right, thank you. Hey, she had a little hair, that's good.
That's cute. Thank you so much.
These are cool, Nick.
Thank you so much.
Christmas tree.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
I think I'm gonna put that. Next time. There we go. Hey, put your flag up, put your flag up.
Okay.
In your jar, in your jar.
They've been working on those for a while.
You got it? Oh, yeah.
Thank you again.
You're beautiful, thank you.
Hey, where's your flag? Where's your flag?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're supposed to put it up.
Deanne, it's your turn. Deanne, it's nice to have you back. It's your turn to speak. Deanne Hudgens? Yep.
Deanne. Deanne. Deanne.
Hang on, let me pull it up, please. My name is Deanne Hutchins, and I'm here to speak on item 9.1, which is the naming of the new middle school. I was looking at the three names that were suggested. I'm not sure how you say the first one, Laurea Middle School. I didn't know who that was or what that was. And I looked it up, and it said it was something like a Creote bush? Anyway, what went through my mind was, who wants to dress up like a bush to be the mascot? I thought that would be kind of... I thought that would be an interesting mascot. Anyway, Tatum, if you've lived here many years like I have, the Tatum name has a lot of meaning. If not, it probably doesn't have much. Naming something after the Tatum family may mean a lot to me. I lived in Tatum Track. Green Tree Golf Course was built by them, etc. But once again, I think it would lose a lot. Felix Diaz Middle School. Of course, Felix was a part of the district and part of the community for a lot of years. Is naming a school after someone really the best way to go? We have Goodwill. We have Hook. Victor Elementary has Irwin. Who are these people? They're people. Hook is not a hook. Hook is a person. Goodwill is not Goodwill. It is Jeff Goodwill. Irwin is Harvey Irwin, a renowned educator in the Valley. Would naming a cadet corps unit after Felix be more appropriate, have more meaning, perpetuate his contribution to the community? His name and contributions could be perpetuated far longer by the leader of the cadet corps, letting the new groups know who he is, why we have his name, and proudly carry his name as a part of the group. Like I said, Hook, Goodwill, Irwin, doesn't have a lot of meaning today. Also, what happened to the Danny Ribbons gym? You know, that was named after somebody very prominent to some of us. It meant a lot to many of us. It's rubble. You know, we also have the Keith Gunn gym. He was, you know, the man for Victor High School District for many, many years. Coach Gunn, we're going to be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Axe game this year. So he had a huge amount of contribution. We also have the John Dudley tennis courts. John Dudley, tremendous tennis coach. The Ollie Butler gym floor, you were not allowed to walk on that floor if you did not have tennis shoes on.
That's for sure.
We followed Ollie Butler's basketball teams. We went to Long Beach one time to watch them play. Those are appropriate remembrances of these people who contributed a lot. Victor Valley Union High School District has its own history and legacy and tradition that was first a high school, then a junior high, then closed, then declared surplus, and finally destroyed. I believe it deserves to be a school. It deserves to be carried on with another school. The name junior high, I know that's antiquated. That's my time. I understand that. But it could be Victor Middle School just as well. I think that to honor Mr. Diaz in a way that everyone would know who he was and why he was honored by naming a cadet corps unit after him, Felix Diaz School may or may not have any meaning to the people who would be attending there. I believe that we would perpetuate the name Victor Junior Middle School, Junior High, or Victor Middle School would be a far more appropriate name than the three that were recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colonel Kenny Cook Askins.
All right. Good evening to the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent and Cabinet. It's a pleasure being here this evening. My name is Colonel Kenneth Cook Askins, and I'm here this evening to tell you a little bit about myself with some new leadership roles I have, as well as speak about one of my dear mentors, Colonel Felix Diaz. This is my first time speaking to the board since August of 2019. I'm a third-generation graduate of Victor Junior High School and Victor Valley High School, and my family has been residents of Victorville since 1938. I was a member of Victor Valley Union High School District for 19 consecutive years, from 2000 through 2019 as a student, a volunteer, and a teacher. From 2010 through 2019, I was the California Cadet Corps Commandant teacher at Victor Valley High School, Lakeview Middle School, and University Prep, as well as Adelanto. And I'm a third-generation graduate of Victor Junior and Victor High. I departed the district in 2019 to assume full-time duties as the Commandant of Cadets at Riverside Preparatory School, which I have worked at since 2008, so I was split between both districts. Also in 2019, I was appointed by the California Military Department as the Brigade Advisor for the California Cadet Corps 18th Brigade, which encompasses overseeing the 11 schools here in the high desert that have the California Cadet Corps program, which is about 400 cadets, and out of those 11, 4 are right here within Victor Valley Union High School District. And yesterday I was honored to be invited to yesterday's State of the District address, which was wonderful. Now, the main reason I'm here this evening is to talk about my dear mentor, Colonel Felix G. Diaz. As the California Cadet Corps Commandant of Cadets, Colonel Diaz touched thousands of lives of cadets that had the privilege of knowing him through their time as cadets. Colonel Diaz devoted his life to cadets and his students, inspiring many of them to follow in his path as teachers, commandants of cadets, and military personnel. He taught his students well. The precepts he imparted to them has impacted their lives through today and are lifelong. He is remembered fondly for his heartfelt service, devotion, and loyalty, and his memory will live on. Like I said, my family has been dear friends of the Diaz family since the late 1930s, and my grandmother and my great uncle desired to be here this evening, but they were not able to make it. My first encounter with Colonel Diaz was when I started attending Victor Valley Junior High School as a 7th grader. Which was nearly 23 years ago. My mother and grandmother took me to the new student orientation prior to the school year starting, And we saw some cadets providing the color guard for that orientation. And my mother and my grandmother leaned over to me and said, "Hey, Kenny, you should join the Cadet Corps program." I said, no way. And lo and behold, the first day of school, I get my locator card. And guess what it says? California Cadet Corps with Colonel Felix Diaz. From that first day, I fell in love with the program and Colonel Diaz. And he was one of my dear mentors for some 20 plus years. I continued with the program through high school at Victor High, and my senior year of high school, I was selected as the best cadet in the state of California, as well as the cadet state commander for the entire state of California, which much of that success I owe to Colonel Felix Diaz. I grew to love the program so much, I received my state military commission and teaching credential and took over from Colonel Diaz when he retired in 2011. He taught us so many life skills. Many of us would not be who we are today without coming into contact with him. Nearly every weekend, we were out as cadets with Colonel Diaz, providing community service to the Victor Valley. I even recall one time we did a color guard for Governor Gray Davis when he was the sitting governor, all thanks to Colonel Diaz. Now that I'm a commandant of cadets, I strive to follow in his stellar footsteps. Being a great example he was to cadets, I strive to do the same thing to my students on how to be great leadership and how to be great citizens of our community, giving back to our community. Just as Colonel Diaz was a public servant as a teacher, counselor, school board member, city council member, I am too, and following in his footsteps as being a fellow teacher. And in January 2001, I was appointed by the City of Victorville Mayor and City Council to serve a 4-year term on the Planning Commission, and I'm currently the Vice Chair of the Commission. I can't think of a higher honor than to have a school named after Colonel Felix G. Diaz. Thank you for this time this evening, and let's keep the memory of Colonel Felix G. Diaz alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Quick.
Hi. Let's see if we can get this a little bit higher. I'm kind of really tall. There we go. Hi, I'm Mike Quick, and I am also a third-generation Victor Junior, Victor High school student as well. Actually, the three of us were all together. We showed up first day to that locator card, all saying the same thing. And I believe all three of us were in different periods, which meant we were all sworn enemies for a very long time. I've known Kenny now for 23 years, and my friend CJ now we just figured out we are 30 years now. Colonel Diaz, actually, instead of going forward, I'd like to go backwards. I am now I'm looking at a manager position at Walmart Distribution out in Napa Valley, and I'm the safety coordinator and organizer out within the distribution center. I've got 4 small children, and I lead. I'm trying to get them I lead by example, and so thanks to Colonel Diaz, now my children as well as myself, we have this really, I call it a bad habit, but it's a really good habit. Everything's a sir or ma'am. It doesn't matter who, what, when, or where. It's a yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. That's all it is, and it comes out so naturally, and it's all thanks to Colonel Diaz. I owe a lot of my success to the things that he's taught me and to the life skills that he's provided for me throughout all the years. So maybe he might have retired in 2011. It didn't matter. My grandfather passed away in 2010, and we had just right after 2010 was 2011, and we had to have our ceremony, the military ceremony for my grandpa, and he was like, I have to do the color guard there. And I was like, well, definitely. I mean, I would love that. Of course, we have to. He was like, well, you didn't know it, but I served with him. It was like, oh, Okay, cool. So like first you had my my dad was a child of 7, so he had all 7 of my aunts and uncles and my father. He served with my grandpa, so grandpa went to school with him at Victor Junior and Victor High at all. I mean, like you name it, we're all together. So I had my first child in 2010, and from 2010 all the way up until he passed away. I mean, he was in my phone. And he's like, hey, so let me see Little Quick. Yeah, let me see Little Quick. Like, send me Little Quick. I want to see a picture of him. You know, it's like, so he's been there. My mom became a commandant. Short in 9th grade. I think we were in 9th grade. So it was really cool to be in Cadet Corps for 7th and 8th grade. So I wanted to continue on. Well, she jumped on board and she became a commandant when I was in 9th grade. She took everything she knew from Colonel Diaz. So this man is definitely, like I said, he's a huge part of my life. And he took me in 7th grade when I was definitely a problem child. I was already on my way to the streets. I had dabbled into drugs. I was a bad kid. I didn't care about any kind of grades. I didn't care about anything. If dad made dad mad, I was doing it. So if that's all that mattered to me. So he saw that in me and made me do everything. If Kenny was doing it, I was doing it. So it didn't matter if it was color guards, community service, everything, bivouacs, and drill team. I was on the drill team. I had every cord and ribbon that Kenny had, because if Kenny was doing it, Mike Quick's doing it. It's like, why? Like he was keeping me off the street, and that he knew that, and he saw the rebellion in me, and he turned me around from someone who, I mean, I was headed for the gutter. I know I was, and within 4 years, he turned me around and set me on this military. He knew my military background. He knew dad. He knew grandpa. He knew everybody. So he knew that if I turned my life around, that they'd catch on and they'd hold on to me. And so as of today, I'm 17 years clean. I am 12 years sober. And all because, like I said, thank you. It's all because I turned around and went back to him. You know, I had my son in 2010 and I went back to him. I was like, hey man, what am I doing wrong? You know, and he was like, well, what are you coming to me for? I was like, well, because everybody else is mad at me still. You know, so I knew he wasn't mad. I went to him and he took me in. I went to his house. We had dinner. I mean, we did everything. This man is completely and totally responsible for my success, and he's my reason for still walking this earth. So to name a school after someone who is responsible for something like that, I know I'm not the only kid he did it to. You know, there's thousands of us, and there's so many of us that would just love to be like, hey, guess where my kid's going? You know, like that's the school I want him to go to. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Christopher Ramsher.
All right. Yeah. Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. My name is Christopher Ramsher. I'm a first-generation graduate of Victor Valley High School, Victor Valley Junior High School, and Delray Elementary School. I grew up 3 blocks from here. I've grown up with these guys since '95. I come from a military family. So in 6th grade, that same orientation that Colonel Cook Askins mentioned, I was sitting right there with him. And when I saw those uniforms and I saw the structure and everything, I knew I had to be a part of it. And meeting Colonel Diaz that first day of 7th grade, I knew I was in good hands. He was the kindest soul. He was funny. He knew when you were in trouble, when you weren't, when you just needed that ear to put to the ground. He knew every little bit. And coming from my family, my mom grew up, well, I grew up, and so did my brother, in this district. And my mom volunteered with Delray Elementary School after we found out my brother was a special needs child. And she grew with us through this district. Sharon Ramsher. She spent a lot of time getting to know the teachers, the board members, the different staff members throughout the years. And she stuck with us for up until 2006. And when she met Colonel Diaz, she just absolutely adored him. He was the greatest person, and knowing that she was in the condition she was diagnosed with sarcoidosis. She had diabetes from the time she was 18 years old, and she developed arthritis over the years. And Colonel Diaz saw that I needed help, not just with taking care of her, but keeping my head on straight. I spiraled quite a bit, and he kept me in line. From 7th through 9th grade, I chose the Cadet Corps as my passion, as my livelihood, and it triggered something in my mind and in my heart that I still keep to this day. I may have gotten out of the Cadet Corps in 10th grade, sophomore year, but senior year, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. I spent 5 years as an aviation mechanic down in Miramar, San Diego, and I've traveled the world. I've learned a lot, but honestly, learning all those tools and everything comes from my core of Colonel Diaz. I knew him when he was Major Felix G. Diaz, and if it hadn't have been for him, and not just in the Cadet Corps setting, is in the community, everywhere I go, everything that I take on, I hear the name Felix Diaz throughout the community, not just through Cadet Corps. The board, the city council, everything he's done as a coach, as a teacher, everything he has done has been to help thousands upon thousands of kids throughout our history. This high school district owes that human being everything, because he's developed a way to teach the children and the adults, and a way to resonate with them and keep them on the right path. So I believe he deserves every honor we can give him in any shape, be it a school, be it a unit, be it anything. Honor this man and his legacy and keep it going. Thank you very much for your time.
James Campbell.
Good evening, board. Good evening, guests, community members. Let me pick this up here. My name is James Campbell, and I'm the president of the NAACP. And I'm basically here just to give you what I think, what I see from my heart, you know, just being 100 with no paper. Yesterday, I attended a fabulous event. I got a phone call or a text from Mr. Chris Casino. I just want to say thank you for that. It was a text to come check out the state of the district, to check out the state of the district, to see what the district is doing in terms of bouncing back from a huge hickey or a huge black eye. Humiliation, shame, something that I know about being from the streets of South Central. I know how it feels when nobody believes in you, when you get a black eye and everybody's looking down on you, and we have a stigma. The OCR report, black students being treated with disrespect. Growing up in LA, I know what that feels like firsthand. I grew up. I got kicked out of 8 junior high schools, so I know personally. No teachers cared about me like Miss Purcell, Dr. Jackson. Me personally, I didn't get that opportunity. That's why I do the work that I do, because I've walked in the trenches. My eyes have seen. My spirit has felt the pain. I see it. I'm still young, though I know I look good. My wife likes to travel. I don't have to do this, but I do it because my community needs me, because it's a call, and I'm just here to give honor from what I seen from the time that it first started. I'm not talking about 2014. I'm talking about August when I got the call from Mr. Moman. And he walked me to Adelanto High School. And I met Dr. Jackson. I had been hearing about the Heritage Program. I knew nothing about it. And I walked in that class, and the first thing she said to me, Mr. Campbell, can you just come talk to them? She gave me 5 different topics. She allowed me to come in there twice. One of them was financial literacy. I get a chance to see people every day, 60, 70, 50, 40, who knows nothing about financial literacy. And I can't help but to tell you, most of them look like me. My cousin was a multimillionaire, MC Hammer. He knew nothing about financial literacy. So for these kids to be getting the opportunity and for the leaders to be trying to take something that is wrong and make it better. Listen, my dad used to say something. He used to say he could look up a horse's behind and see hay. He's 88 years old. Me and my wife, we take care of my dad. And let me tell you something. I got the same eye. Being from the hood, I can look at you. I can see you. You don't even have to say nothing, because I had to be quick to be able to tell the real from the fake. And what I heard yesterday coming out of this man's mouth about equity, about literacy, let me tell you, that was from the heart. That was not fake. So what I am here to do today is not put fire on top of fire. I'm here to put water on the fire. I'm here to put action behind my words, behind everything that we do as a man of the community that's been serving in the community for over 20 years. From parolees, California Youth Authority housing them, the ones that's been thrown away. I didn't just start doing this with one organization. From AB 109, housing them. The ones that we have to shut our windows, the ones that we have to worry about. I grew up in the midst of that. I also housed them from 2006 to 2017. 4 facilities, so I know what it is. That's a Band-Aid. And then lastly, that's just a little bit of the experience. So what I see now, I see and I hear community members in the schools. I see them doing the work. There's organizations, there's community engagement. So please forgive me, I'm not angry. I'm not an angry black man. I just talk with passion because I believe in what I do and I speak from the heart. From the streets to the federal penitentiary, wherever I'm called, to churches, I speak from the heart. And we got a saying, the real recognizes the real. And you can best believe when I say something, I stand on it. And I don't care about what other people think. So nor should we. We should be here as parents, as leaders in this community, parents of 5, 3 daughters, 2 sons, 35 being the oldest, 21 being the youngest. We should be in this room. We should be in the schools. We should be supporting our community, because the last thing that I want to see personally is any more bad publicity coming this way. I want to be a part of the solution. So I just thank you guys for everything that you guys are doing, because I can see you, and everybody deserves a chance. Did I fail to realize? Yeah, I went to juvenile hall. I grew up in the hood. So yeah. So again, guess what? If nobody would have gave me a chance, I wouldn't be standing here like these guys said. So I feel them. That was real. That was real conversation. That was straight from the heart. And so I just wanted to say thank you guys for this time. I'm a speaker too. You know, I can be a little bit long-winded. If my wife was here, she would be nudging me. But I just want to say, look, let's work together. You guys keep doing what you guys are doing. Let's keep turning it around. Let's keep bringing those expulsion rates down. Let's keep bringing those suspension rates. I think I heard 50%, 55% yesterday, and 20%. That's awesome. I heard what really blew me away yesterday was seeing those two young ladies, Miss Purcell, one from your school, getting ready to go to an Ivy League college. That's amazing. That's amazing work. So I'm finished. But thank you guys for that. I just wanted to talk from my heart and just come in here to say, look, you know, we see you guys. We know what it is. And I see you guys, and even you, Dr. Yee, with the committee, the equity task force. I get all the meetings for inviting me to be a part of. Mr. Williford, all the information, the data that you keep me updated with. I'm going to take this back to the NAACP because they want to know. I'm going to take it back to leaders. I see other leaders in here. We have another force. We have Miss Dolores in here. We have Miss Regina in here. And so they're major figures in the African-American community. So I'm going to save a little bit for them. But thank you guys. Appreciate it.
James, thank you. Regina Weatherspoon Bell.
Good evening. I think there was a little confusion about the process of how we get to speak, so I appreciate the opportunity. I want to say thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I also want to say I know the Tatums, and I also believe I'm aware of the Lorera. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the flower and the plant. And I will say this, both have brought beauty and benefit to the high desert. But tonight I ask your support of Felix G. Diaz. Mr. Diaz was a lifelong resident of the Victor Valley. He was born and raised here. He dedicated his life's work to community service, prominently through education. He and his beautiful wife, who is here this evening, Miss Margaret Diaz, who she has also built an undisputed legacy in her own right through A Better Way. She's been deeply committed to serving and meeting the needs of some of the most underserved in our community. This commitment was true of Mr. Diaz right up to the time of his passing. As a high desert resident, he returned from higher education, achieving his undergrad and master's degree to create a legacy of giving back to community through advocacy, activism, and education. Mr. Diaz's imprint is squarely and undeniably on this community. His service on many boards, including the Victor Valley High School District Board of Trustees, the Victorville Youth Accountability Board. He also served as the Victor Valley College counselor and director of the ELP program, to serving what you've heard this evening from these young men, to serving veterans and developing military-bound youth as he served as a commandant of cadets at Victor Valley Junior High School. His work by helping to establish the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, in which he in turn helped small business owners and entrepreneurs, should not be overlooked. As you can see, his resume is quite impressive, and his name is worthy to adorn a Victor Valley Union High School District institution of learning, where students who look like him and those who celebrate our multiculturalism deserve to be inspired, motivated by his work ethic and commitment to community leadership. I want to thank you this evening for making the right choice by honoring his legacy in name. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Margaret Diaz?
Thank you. My name is Margaret Diaz, and I'm the wife of Felix Diaz. And the Tatums and us, we're very good. We were very good friends. And here again, I know they're deserving of it. I know Felix is too, and I know he would be very grateful for that. He never wanted recognition. You either liked Felix or you didn't like him. Either way, oh well. He just told you what he thought. Anyway, 3 years ago today, I wouldn't have thought I'd be here asking this, but I would appreciate it if you would name something after him. And the Tatums, they do deserve it. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Lydia Osney?
It's a difficult name to pronounce. My name is actually Dr. Lydia Garcia Usry. I hold a degree in nursing, and I received my doctorate in nursing practice. I've been a nurse it'll be 45 years in June. And like Felix, I grew up here in Victorville. We grew up in the barrio, so that I went to Evadale School, and, and then I went to Hook Junior High. That's Imogene Gardner Hook Junior High School, because I remember the full name. And then I was a graduate from Victor Valley High School. It was during high school that I developed a longing to become a nurse. And that was I graduated in 74. So you know that there was no way to get a nursing degree here in the high desert. None. There was none. But I was too naive to understand that that was going to be a barrier. I just knew I wanted to be a nurse. So I was talking to my mother, and she said, well, why don't you talk to your cousin Felix? He's on the board at Victor Valley College, and I think there's going to be a nursing program starting out there. And I did, and sure enough, there was. And I was the second nursing class to come out of Victor Valley Community College. So I didn't stop there. I got my associate degree. I went on for my bachelor's of nursing science. I went on for my master's, and then I went on to get my doctorate in nursing practice, which I'm now the only nurse to be recognized as focusing on food insecurity, the medical aspects of it, and how it affects learning. It affects learning. If children go to school hungry, how can they learn? How can you be learning when you're worried about food? So in my research, I found out I was the only nurse to ever do that. Everybody else were behavioral sciences, nutritionists, social workers, but never a nurse. So I've been prodding a light to that. So where I'm getting with this is that if it wasn't for Felix to help bring about Victor Valley Community College nursing program, I don't know where I would be. My dad worked at the cement plant. How can you send somebody to a college without the type of money it would take to do that? So I'm standing here because I got my education, because Felix had that foresight. Now, he wasn't the only creator of it. Trust me, there was a whole team, but I'm sure he was inspirational in getting that started. So, to have a school named after a man that, I wouldn't say thousands, I would say tens of thousands, that contributed to the development of the importance of education, to inspire, to encourage students that might be, never had that opportunity, never was looked at like you're worthy enough, because I did face racism from first to third grade. You know, I was never, you know, I was the wrong color. I never knew I was the wrong color until it showed up. So there I was, you know. But I'm here to say that, you know what, things don't have to stop you. If you have a heart and desire to move on, you'll find a way. But I'm so grateful that he provided that opportunity. And I do teach up here in the high desert. I did retire from San Bernardino County Department of Public Health as a public health nurse. But I do teach at Azusa Pacific University as one of their nursing instructors. So I would appreciate it if you would give me the honor, give Felix the honor, the credit due for his massive contribution to the education of students here in the high desert. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather and Carl, are there any more speakers? Okay, thank you. This time we'll move on to the VVTA report.
Hello, everyone. I'll be brief. I want to thank the board, the cabinet. Oh, by the way, I'm Mike Mayo. I'm Victor Valley Teachers Association president. So I want to even skip over that part. I'd have to check with Sandy to make sure, but last I heard, we have about 489 members. And hopefully by next year, we're going to have around 500, maybe even more, because we had a reduction of class sizes. So that's my hope. I wanted to thank Fran specifically because he's been helping a great deal with community schools, and without him, I think a lot of us would actually be lost. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the district also working with us so well and taking into account how important the community schools are and making sure they move in the correct direction. Because when I compare it to the conversations I've had with other associations that have a planning grant, some of them weren't even aware that they had planning grants. And, you know, and that's a real problem because they aren't even moving in the right direction to begin with. And so I'm really proud of this district because we actually are doing that. I wanted to also thank Dr. Alika Jackson-Gerald. She does an incredible job with the Heritage Program, and also all of the Adelanto team who actually supports it. I appreciate that too. I do see that this is actually trying to tackle equity at a systemic level, which is a very difficult thing to do because there's so many systems that have to be addressed. Speaking of other systems that have to be addressed, I'm wearing an I'm Here badge. This actually comes from NEA. We have, so this will actually take me into the next part. We have WHO awards that are coming up next month. WHO stands for We Honor Ours, and Victor Valley Teachers Association, as an executive board, we've decided to choose 2 individuals. One of these individuals has this I'm Here badge that she has gotten enough of them for us from to the National Education Association. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, from NEA. And it's really helpful because you get to carry this around, and if you just have this, if you have things like this, symbols like this, it helps students realize that they are not alone. There are people that you can go to, and it's meant specifically for LGBTQ plus students, staff, everyone. And so it's just also another piece of equity that I think we're trying to establish. And she's done a great job. She's the one who reached out to principals, shared that information, and she also has been able to coordinate with other people at sites. So you actually have reps at sites who are actually standing for the same thing and actually trying to celebrate LGBTQ plus. We also have another WHO award winner that we've labeled as Tracy Miles. She is our organizing chair. She's incredible, and she walked into difficult situations she hasn't ever been in organizing, let alone chairing it. But she's done it, and she's done it extremely well. Very excellent mixes that we've been able to have, and there's more to come. And it's great because she's very honest, and so when I'm doing a poor job, she lets me know immediately, and anybody else, so that's good. I want to also congratulate Mr. Williams. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. I didn't know if he had left. I was stuck in the corner over there. I'm becoming the new middle school principal, and that also brings me to the whole new middle school principal thing. Just the middle school period. Good luck picking a name. I'm glad I'm not in your seat. So, And speaking of that, I have to leave early tonight. As much as I would love to stay and hang out with you guys longer, I'm not going to. So everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA report?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. It's good to be here. I am speaking on behalf of Tanya. She couldn't be here this evening. First, I want to start off and say also, good job, Ms. Purcell, to you and your staff, and the changes that you are making with those students to become future leaders. I got teary, especially listening to the last gentleman speak. Thank you for what you're about to bring into this world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carl. Thank you for the invitation to the state of the district. That is the first time that I've ever participated in anything like that. And to see the changes that this district has made, like this gentleman here said, since August, since you stepped foot on this campus, is remarkable. I'm excited to see what's going to come this time next year. I've seen changes. My working environment is 100% better. We still have some work to do, but we are on our way to where I think we should be, not only for us, but more importantly for the students that we service. My team was a captive audience the entire time at the state of the district. I don't think any of us picked up our phones the entire time to look at Facebook or anything like that. It was awesome. I can't think of a better word. And I was proud to be a part of it and to witness it firsthand. We appreciate the direction that the district is headed. It's truly becoming a great place to learn and a great place to work. We've come a long way, and we still have a little ways to go, but we are continuing to work collaboratively with the district leadership team. When we return to the table, I think in 2 weeks to negotiate, we are bargaining some things that are very much long overdue. We are making a lot of headway. We are addressing things that are very important to our members, which in turn helps the students. So thank you for the collaborative effort at the table as well. We don't always get what we want, but we definitely are getting what we need. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. At this time, we'll consider the consent items, numbers 8.1 to 8.49. I want to thank you, Carl, for giving us such extensive background. But because there are so many, in case there's anything that needs to be pulled, this would be your opportunity, board members. Are there any items that you'd like to discuss in depth?
No.
Okay. At this time, I'll entertain a motion. From Jose, a second.
Second.
From Barbara. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously.
Madam President, could I ask the superintendent something?
Yes.
Before we go to 9.1?
Yes.
Which is named facility. First of all, I get emotional. I was the one who nominated Felix. I love the man. Unfortunately, according to our bylaws, a school can only be named after a person who's passed away 5 years or more. And that's our bylaws. Those of you who know me, you know I'm stubborn, I'm pig-headed. He deserves to have something named after him. Deanne and Margaret, both of you said something named after him. So Carl, I'd like to make a request. First of all, I worked 28 years with Felix. We, at Victor Valley High School, but also he ran the clock for the football games, and I was the voice of the Jackrabbits. Wonderful man. he could focus on the game. I got too excited. I could never run a clock. A clock, you have to be smart. If you're the announcer, you can be dumb and you can just talk. But I love my association with the man. And I live right behind the school here, so I live in a Tatum home. It's 60 years old. For a lot of you guys, you're not that old yet, but my home is. Anyhow, we have many buildings, California Cadet Corps buildings and things like that, that I believe could be named after somebody as influential as him and stuff like that. And I would request at this time, we can't put off naming a school for another 3 years. We can't do that.
No.
But I would request that you would look into naming buildings. Thank you.
Yeah, I will.
I think, Carl, maybe you should explain what it is he's talking about with that policy. There are some things that we do, but we got 2 new people on our board, and they have yet to understand how the policy works and how things work a little bit.
And I admit to being ignorant about that.
And so
I apologize.
it's fine. We do want to name something after Felix, and it'll be very soon. But you can explain to him.
Yeah, so, I mean, thank you for everybody, first of all, who came out and shared. I'm new to this district. This has been 8 months. And I hear of the names, and I could hear the passion and the heart, and I'm extremely proud of the legacy, to be a part of the legacy that so many have built. The board bylaws, as kind of explained, it's 5 years to be able to name a school after somebody, after they've passed. The thing is what we've been hearing from people, I think what needs to be is a bigger plan for our district in terms of naming facilities after so many people who've contributed for so much in terms of buildings and things. It's so much nicer to call a building after somebody who meant something to it, whether it's a cadet corps or programs, than to say Building B. And there's just this community is such rich in
History.
in so many the history of so many who have built this whole program, all of it together. And so I appreciate everybody who came out, and I will absolutely work with you and other community members and ask you to be a part of it too, as we build a much broader and bigger comprehensive plan that honors Mr. Diaz and others who have built this program, who have built these schools and built the legacies, because what matters is these stories. What matters is the stories. And so I will absolutely work on that and bring something forward to the board for consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. If I could say something, I wish we had found out about this previously before we got this whole thing started. I certainly apologize to Margaret and to the rest of the family members. I loved Felix myself. I've known him I grew up here in Victorville. I've known him forever. I was looking forward to this, as I know the rest of you were. And it's really a shame. I feel terrible about it. I wish there was something else we could do, but I can guarantee you that down the road we'll find something that we can honor him with, because he deserves it. After all he's done for not only the educational part of it, but the community part of it. I mean, my gosh, he was always out there. The Veterans Memorial. I miss sitting next to him at the city of Victorville's memorial when they do it on November the 11th, and they honor Victorville's veterans. I'm proud to be an Army veteran myself. I have 3 generations of service. Myself, my son, who gave 10 years of service to the Air Force, and now my grandson is in the Air Force. So I was proud to sit there with Felix each and every year. He sat there with his lieutenant colonel's dress blue uniform on, and it was always made me so proud to sit there and watch the young adults come by with their kids and thank him for what he did and how he helped them when they were his students. This last year was rather sad because, of course, Felix wasn't there. The city of Victorville placed a chair with the folded American flag on the chair in his honor, and I was honored to sit next to it and remember the old days. I had a 2-page list when I was going to make the motion to name the school after him. I had a 2-page list that I made up of all his accomplishments and what he has done. And then, my gosh, he was an author. I still have I brought his book with me because I was honored to have one of the first ones when it was published, and he personalized it for me and autographed it. When I made my list of the 2-page list of what I was going to say about him, and I looked in the back of the book, and my gosh, there was so much more stuff on there that I didn't even know about. It's just amazing what he's done and what he did for the community. It's just I'm just really sorry that this couldn't happen, but I guarantee you, we will name something for him and honor him, to the family, to his friends. I guarantee you that. Thank you.
How are you doing, Margaret? You doing good? Yeah.
Well, Carl, thank you. This was very heartfelt to hear these stories and how they've impacted the thousands of members of our community, and we do make this guarantee to you that we will honor him.
I'd like to chime in too.
Just from a point, could we possibly, before we do this, can we open the hearing? Because then it will still give other people a chance to talk. Open the hearing, because I know that there may be some other people who would like to speak, just to open the hearing, get a time, and then the hearing's open.
Okay, at this time, at 7:38 p.m., I will open the public hearing for the naming of our new facility.
And just from a point, this kind of lets you have an opportunity, and then anybody else, because you could use both times, rather the first or the others, just to be able to speak just from a point, Mr. President, so.
Okay, I'll call on Jose.
Well, yeah, like a lot of other people up here, I hung out with Felix quite a bit too, but it wasn't in a nice, cozy press box. It was usually with, 40 or 50 sweaty athletes around, or in a sweaty locker room, or the fun times when, he was helping my wife with her mariachis when she did the La Raza Unida at Victor Valley High School. So those were a lot of fun times. And again, he did pay a lot of attention, and it was really cool because he really cared about the kids. And it was really amazing on the sidelines, a football coach that could really scare somebody without cursing. It was amazing.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening. I know this has kind of changed a bit, but I still wanted to speak, and I'm going to try to keep it together. My name is Christina Madrigal, and I am a former Hook Junior High student, a Victor Valley High School grad, and for the last 19 years, I have served as a school counselor at Hook Junior High School. Looking around and watching everybody, I know most of you, and I've worked alongside most of you for those last 19 years. But most of you have known me in my adult married life under the name Madrigal. What you may not know about me is that my maiden name is Diaz. And Felix Diaz, as I called him, Teofico, was my uncle. So I'm here on behalf of my dad, who I didn't even think was going to make it today, came in a little bit late, and the rest of my family. And so now learning this news, we need to change the policy. I don't know how you can put a timetable on somebody that's had such an impact on the community that we serve. I had a whole speech, but y'all have said it. I mean, down to the mariachis, to Los Dorados de Valle, and the scholarships, and the coaching, the teaching. Gosh, just the impact that he's had. I was looking through Facebook today, and all I got to do is put his name in the internet or on Facebook, and you will see the legacy that he has left. The amount of students that he has impacted in our community over the years is absolutely right. Cousin Lydia, tens of thousands. Most of those comments that you see, many of them have become educators, including myself and my cousin Letty that's sitting here. He needs more than a building. He really does for Victorville. I was talking to my principal, Mr. Cerna, earlier today, and he called him Mr. Victorville. That's absolutely right. Teofico is Mr. Victorville. It's so much more, but I know it's kind of a moot point right now, but I just want to let you know that Victorville was his home. He stayed and he gave back and he did all that he could to make this a great place to live, to learn, and to work. Exactly in your little motto yesterday at our presentation. And that is a legacy worth honoring. So I know I may not be able to be middle school number 3, so Mr. Cerna, you don't have to worry about me leaving. Because it was going to be really hard if it was named after Teofico, not to work at Teofico School. But we really need to consider that policy, and we really need to consider that what we do to honor him matches the magnitude and the influence and the impact that he's had on this community. Not only this district, but just this community, this city. Thank you.
My family has stated, you know, there's policies can get changed. I've worked on many different policies and procedures through San Bernardino County, updating, revising, you know, antiquated bylaws and policies and procedures. So it's paper. It can get changed. I've also helped develop a memorandum of understanding for what is called now the High Desert Food Collaborative. And it's a food hub that we help distribute food to those in the community, but whether it's faith-based, about 92 are faith, we have 92. So I think about at least 60 or 70 are faith-based. So policies can get changed. I know that. And so if this is something that is very passionate among the board members, antiquated bylaws can be updated and revised if desired. Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Leticia Diaz-Briones. I am also a niece to my Teofico, as Christina said. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Galileo Elementary School in the VVUHSD. And just to sum up everything you said about all of my Teofico's work, he founded so many communities. He's done endless work here selflessly to the community. And he was a city board member of the Victor Valley, and it made him proud to have a voice in decisions that affected our community. And my Teofico was a teacher, and he inspired me to be a teacher. And he always, every time he saw me, he always asked me, checked in, how are you doing? Where are you at? What school are you at? Oh, I know so-and-so that works there. And oh, tell them I said hi. And he just knew everybody. So I always felt with him, this whole High Desert was a family. And a lot like what Christina said, his footprints are all over everything he touched here. And he did so many things for us. It would be an honor, and I'm honored that you guys are even considering naming something after him. Such an amazing man who deserves everything that we can possibly give him in this community. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Selena Diaz-Phillips. I'm also a niece of Felix. I know some of you, long time Barbara, my uncle called you his personal Miss America. He says she should have been Miss
Yeah,
America.
he called me Miss America.
Yes, he did. Ma'am, I know you have a very rich history with my Theo.
Yes, I do.
And I am asking that you reconsider your bylaws. I feel just the magnitude of everything my uncle did for the community just impacted so many through his community service, through his teaching, through everything. He was a pillar in the community and in the educational system. He wore Diaz with pride, and our family would be so honored, and we would not take something like this for granted. And I'm asking you to reconsider and honor my uncle the way he deserves. He gave everything to this community. I was able to spend some of his last days with him, and he still shared stories about his time here, his friendships. And I'm just asking that you honor my uncle the way he deserves. He gave everything to the Victor Valley. Thank you for your time.
My name is Clifton Harris. I was one of those that nominated Felix for the honor. And I just wanted to say that at the Pentagon, when they nominate our defense secretary, you're supposed to be retired 5 years, but they make exceptions. Defense Secretary Austin was out of service for 2 years, and the Senate made an exception. He's now the defense secretary after 2 years. I worked with Felix on many issues in this town. I came here as a law enforcement officer in 1978, and we worked on many issues. Mr. Diaz was a true trooper, and he gave a lot to this city and to the students that you heard speak here tonight. He deserves that consideration, and I'll keep it short because I can't say more than these students have said tonight. Thank you.
Hello. All right, so I might be in the wrong spot. I've only had about 3 minutes of scrolling here. Bylaw 9312 of your bylaws. It says the governing board shall adopt board bylaws to govern the internal operations of the board. When the need for a new bylaw or modification of an existing bylaw is recognized, the superintendent or designee shall draft a new or modified bylaw for consideration by the board. Bylaws may be adopted and amended by a majority vote of all members of the board, following the same procedures as those used for the adoption or amendment of policy. So it looks to me like there could be a special meeting set and a draft to change the bylaw, and with a majority vote, that could be a possibility. This is on our district website. I went to Gamut through the board policy specifically, so it's 9312.
Are there any others who wish to speak?
I know. Hey, guys, just remember, as emotionally attached as we are, and as much as we love everything that he was and everything that he's created us to be, you know, Maximus the Gladiator said it, that in which you do today on this earth will echo in eternity, okay? So I'm sure that you guys will always put forward the best foot forward and put forth your maximum effort to give us what it is that we're hoping for and looking for, and find it in your hearts to do what you guys have always told us to do, and do your homework. Okay? Appreciate it.
All right, seeing no one else at the podium, I'll close this hearing at 7:51 PM. Moving on to action items 10.1, approval of name for the new middle school number 3.
So I move the new middle school be named Lorea High School, or junior high school, or middle school, whatever you guys decide to say. I call them junior high. 7th and 8th grade is junior high. Middle school has 6th or 9th grade.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did I hear an aye? Or, okay, all opposed or abstentions?
No.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes with Rosie voting no. 10.2, certificated personnel report. Mike, would you speak to this item? Oh, hold on. You know what, before I go on, I want to reiterate, Carl, I thank you very much that you're going to look into all that we need to do to make sure that we honor Felix Diaz, a very strong, impactful community member, in a way that ties him not only to our district but the community. We've heard from the heart from so many people how he changed their lives, and that's exactly what we do at Victor Valley Union High School District. So I appreciate you bringing that back to us, and I invite you, those of you in the audience who would like to be giving some input about this, about what type of facility or cadet program or what type of way that we can honor him, to please contact our district office so you can be on that committee. Because this will not end here. We promise you that we will do something impactful. All right, 10.2, certificated personnel report. Mike?
This is just the personnel report that you guys had received, so.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
coming, guys.
Please contact us and let us know something.
We're going to name something after.
Yeah, do your homework. She's getting attention, that's what she's always done.
You always do.
Yeah, she was coming to good board meetings when she was coming to.
I'm sorry, Jose. I'm sorry.
No, Rosie, we love you.
Oh, no, of course not.
Nothing to be sorry about, man.
Okay, Mike,
Just wait, the turn's
10.2.
coming.
Yeah, this is just the certificated
gonna-
report, so it's just a standard report that you guys all received. There's nothing.
Nothing new.
Nothing new.
All right, I
no
apologize.
changes to the
We'll
report.
get, we'll get to his department soon enough, okay? Let him warm up.
Do we want to hear reports from each of these, or we've received the reports already?
Yeah, you
so-
don't need the reports for the certificated or the
Classified personnel, no.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll
Okay.
We'll get to their
reports.
All right.
services.
Textbook adoption.
I
what about that?
apologize.
No worries. We need a vote on the certificated first.
Just vote.
Okay, all in favor of approving the certificated personnel report, except for Wendy.
Well, wait a minute.
Who's
We're
not
just
allowed to
doing-
vote?
We're doing the individual items.
10.2. Yeah, so
Okay.
all,
10.2,
oh, I'm sorry.
so all
Will I
moved.
accept
So
a
moved.
motion?
So
Thank you.
moved.
Second?
Moved by Jose, seconded by Rosie. All in favor, say, oh, I'm sorry,
Hang on,
discussion?
hang on. Okay. Discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. One thing I would like to say on this item, that it's nice to see, and it's too bad all the cadet corps people left, because it's nice to see we're almost back with the number of sections in the district that we used to have, and we lost for a while, and people have been fighting to get those back. So that's a great thing, that we have a teacher for all of our sections of all the cadet corps. So that's not gonna be an issue, and we're not gonna hopefully lose any more, and I hope we can even add some more sections.
That was a fight. We had to fight hard to bring that back.
Well, not now. The fight now is much easier.
No, I appreciate our leadership. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of 10.2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Item 10.3, the classified personnel report.
Move to approve?
Rosie makes a motion,
Second.
seconded by Kent. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. And at this point, Wendy, you can vote with us. Item 10.4, the textbook adoption. I'd like to hand this over to Ramoni.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, President Edmiston. The AP US History curriculum and the AP exam itself has changed, which requires us now to go ahead and have a new adoption for our APUSH courses. We're happy to announce that the process started last September with a committee being formed, and then the process of vetting and public viewing and so forth has concluded. And the decision was to go with a company from, it's called Perfection Learning's AMSCO. And we're proud to, again, just adopt a more, a curriculum that aligns with what we're testing our kids at the cost of about $80,000. So thank you for your approval this evening.
One question, okay, did all the AP US History teachers have input on this?
Absolutely. It was.
Okay, good.
APUSH teachers from every site.
Oh, I know, but you know why I asked that question.
No, I let her speak first. I'll do the motion.
Because he's, yeah, that's okay.
All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Second?
Discussion or questions of Ramoni?
No.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes
Sorry,
unanimously.
I was out of turn, sorry.
No problem. 10.5, contract with Dave Bang Associates. Ramoni,
Yes.
would you speak to this?
Yes, absolutely. We currently have an education pathway at Adelanto High School, and we have a little preschool program called Little Saints. And finally, it's been kind of a work in progress.
What's it
We are
called?
going to get a play structure for our students. Little Saints.
Little Saints.
So are they gonna, so is the structure gonna be back behind the classroom in that area that's covered?
Yes.
And- Okay, great, because
Yes.
that's a perfect area. It's
It is.
covered, they have control of all access, so it's great.
Yes.
You gonna put cushy stuff on the ground too?
When we have it up, you'll have to go visit.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Mr.
That was my home for 2
I don't know
years,
if you can
remember?
get onto the actual play structure,
Oh, that's
Mr.
cool.
Barrios, but
Those
you
poor kids
come
been
and
playing
see
on
it.
that bare
Allow him in
concrete
there.
for years. It's about time.
So we are very finally, this evening, we asked the board to go ahead and approve this play structure, as it does add value to not only our preschool students to have a facility like that, but also for our students who's learning how to take care of a preschool program. So thank you.
All right, I'll entertain a motion
So moved.
Second.
by Kent and Jose. Thank you. Any questions or discussion, Ramoni? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Item 10.6, purchase of Vector USA. Ramoni, would you speak to this?
Absolutely. So Dave Bertelson, our IT director, and also Chris Casino, principal at Victor, has been collaborating to purchase this equipment for Victor High School. This purchase will retrofit the existing Extron audio-video management system. It was originally installed back about 15 years ago, but some of them needs updating now because it's a little bit archaic and not working properly. And what this will allow them to do now is there's a lot of tech tools, especially with teaching nowadays, that requires like really good sound and really good visual. So this is going to be able to help the 15 classrooms that they have identified as needing the upgrade. It is a little bit pricey, so we wanted to make sure the board is aware of that. But nowadays, with technology and the upgrades and so forth, at a cost of about $119,000 from the site's Title I budget.
And question, does it come with a long guarantee? You know I always ask that.
Yes, yes. Any guarantee that we have the warranties and things like that, we always
Good,
make sure
good.
that we
That's great.
purchase that.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Rosie made and Jose seconded. Any other discussion items or questions relating to this? I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. And purchase of Vex Robotics. Ramoni, would you speak to this item?
Absolutely. So again, with the opening of our new middle school, we are going to be having 2 CTE pathways. One of them is called the robotics and animation. And it's going to be really exciting because this is going to allow our students to actually build, operate, and learn about robotics through the VEX robotics curriculum. So the quote includes everything that they need to start this program at the new middle school. We're going to be ordering 100 of these VEX Classroom Super Kits. And again, these are the same robotics program that we currently have at Hook and also at Lakeview. So that's going to be a nice alignment there. And the cost here is quite hefty as well, too. Those things aren't cheap, at about $163,000 that we would like the board to approve this evening.
Well, starting a program isn't cheap. I have one question about this, and I know
Oh,
we're not
can you
on
hold
this.
on just a second?
Oh,
I'm gonna-
yeah.
I'm
you
gonna
know.
have the
I can't
motion
control
made.
myself.
Wendy makes the motion, second by Kent. All for discussion now?
Okay. Now, this question may sound silly, but there's a reason for it. Now, are these kits, okay, you use it, you build the robot, then are they reusable? See what I mean? Like for us
Yes.
people, when we were kids that had erector sets,
Yeah.
if you could only build one thing, and that was it, man, that was a rotten Christmas. But, you know, students can learn as much sometimes by taking things apart.
Absolutely.
And reassembling it as they did the first time. See what I mean?
Yes, it can be taken apart. When you saw it at the State of the District, if you had a chance to go see that table, it was right there, and yes, you can take them apart.
Oh, I didn't know you could take, it didn't look like you could take it apart. But sometimes those things are single use, and it's sad because the kids use them, and then when they go on to bigger and better, they forget about those old ones, and the new kids could always use them.
Kent?
That's it.
Yeah, just really quickly, on those robotic things, they, probably about 80% of the stuff can be reused. Each year, they have a different competition that they do, and so some of the things were last year's competition, you can't, but it's minor. The parts, they take them apart, and they rebuild a new one, and they'll need a few parts for the new competition, but yeah, most of the stuff can be
Because
reused.
reusing stuff, I mean,
Yeah, they do.
that's where the ingenuity comes
Oh,
in,
yeah.
when somebody can put something together from a bunch of parts that they know are good, but they don't know what it'll make.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Good
Martial
question.
arts in me.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
We already have it.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry,
confused me.
Wendy.
Okay, at this time, any more discussion about the VEX program? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes. Barbara stepped out for just a moment. Item 11.1, expulsions and stipulated expulsions. Ramoni?
These were the items we discussed in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in, and Wendy, you don't vote on these. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes with the exception of Barbara, who stepped out. Item 11.2, rejection of claim damages. Shanti?
Yeah, so 11.2 and 11.3, they're both just standard procedural things that we have to bring these claims forward to you for rejection. This is under recommendation from our JPA.
Okay, in that case, I'll combine them together. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
For 11.2 and.
If you can vote on them,
11.3?
go ahead and vote on them separately, though, because they're agendized
Oh,
separately.
all right.
I have a question on the next.
So I'll just accept a motion for 11.2.
So moved.
Rosie?
Second.
And seconded by Jose. Discussion for 11.2. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously with the exception of Barbara, who stepped out. 11.3, claim rejection. Shanti?
It's same, just procedural under recommendation from our JPA, we're rejecting this claim.
Okay. I'll
You can
entertain
vote on
a,
this one, Wendy. This isn't personnel, okay?
I'll entertain a motion.
I have a
and
question.
second.
Okay,
Let me do the motion and second.
So
then we'll
moved.
call for discussion.
So moved.
Okay,
second.
and second. Motion made by Rosie, seconded by Jose. Discussion?
Okay, well, when it says injury, you think, okay, what kind of injury? Because we've had somewhere a student was maybe hit by another student, and we've got maybe, it wasn't like a workman's comp injury, but you know, like the type of injury. You don't have to specific, but
They won't be able to go into the specific injury.
No?
No, especially on open sessions. If there's questions, we can always adjourn to closed
Oh.
session and talk about it, but it's fully vetted with the JPA.
okay. I
And
don't
then-
want names. I was just kind of curious.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask in closed session next time. Sorry.
Any other comments or suggestions? Okay. This time I'll call for, no, excuse me. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. 12.1 is conference request, 12.2 educational study trip requests, and staff reports. 13.1 Shanti, business services.
Okay, thank you to everyone who's hung in there with us tonight. I'll keep this very brief. So our division is, we're preparing for the end of this fiscal year. We're working with sites and departments on budgets, preparing budgets for next fiscal year. We're also looking forward to a benefits fair and open enrollment next month in May. And lastly, our facilities team, we're continuing to work very hard to prepare middle school number 3. Now that we know it's La Brea Middle School, we're just really working to prepare it for its opening. Again, I'd like to congratulate the members of our facilities team that was recognized yesterday at the State of the District. And I'd like to congratulate Joe Williams, the newly appointed principal. That's it for me this evening.
Thank you. Ed Services, Ramoni?
All right, I'm also going to keep my comments brief, and thank you, everyone. I want to start by congratulating Joe Williams. Welcome. Think you're going to do an amazing job, and look forward to working with you even more closely. Also, I want to congratulate our students who actually won National History Day winners, and I want to thank our Heritage students for being here, really sharing about their experiences that they had during their tour. And also the leadership of Mrs. Purcell and Dr. Jackson, amazing. Thank you so much for leading that charge. Also, as you know, we really have a premier CTE program in our district. And just as a token of our appreciation, and from Dr. Collins and Dr. Williams on the support that the board has been able to provide the program, we furnished you with some shirts there from our CTE program. And also, for those of you who did not take the centerpieces yesterday from the event, we went ahead and created.
Yes, I
Dr.
see.
Collins created.
Someone's neck.
It was just
gorgeous,
right for this.
Yes. So all these beautiful work is the beautiful work of our students. So thank you again on behalf of the CTE department for your support of our programs. Also, too, just wanted to. I'm going to say this. As you know, I am Cambodian Chinese, and our Cambodian New Year starts tomorrow. It's a 3-day event. So for the 5 students who's in our district, 3 at UP, 1 at Victor, and 1 at Hook, Cambodian students, I want to wish them and their family a happy Cambodian New Year.
All right.
And to you as well. Thank you. Thank you, Ramoni. Our Human Resources Division, Mike?
Again, as like everybody else, I'll keep my comments brief. Congratulations, Joe, on your appointment. And I'm always a phone call away if you need any help or support. I'd also like to congratulate all of our students who received awards and recognition tonight. I'd also like to thank, I know they left, or Danica left, but Danica Williams and Tamara Holes are classified technicians in human resources. We currently only have 4 openings left in our classified systems. We're 99% full as far as our classified employees are considered. So we're almost fully staffed and classified. Also, too, we'll begin our employment for our certificated staff in the next 2 weeks. We'll have our job fair coming up on April 26th. And thank you all for a great and very busy first 5 weeks of this position. And have a wonderful night, everyone.
Thank you. Barbara, do you have any legislation you'd like to share with us?
Only tomorrow. I'll be in Sacramento tomorrow, and we'll be going over. Right now, they're holding on to that $300 million, so we're going to try to see if we can get that released as much as possible. But I'll find out exactly what we're doing tomorrow.
Well, safe travels.
Yes, I'll be going over 100 million bills. By the way, there's 1,183 bills offered in education by the Assembly. Not to mention the Senate. The Senate has 600 and something. It's a little bit less, but still, it's a little better. But I'll be finding out if we're going to have to worry about the money that the governor promised us, you know. The Department of Education's holding on to that money right now, so we want to make sure they release that money and it comes to our districts. Yeah. So we'll find out tomorrow.
Okay, safe travels. Board member comments, starting with Jose.
Okay. Well, first I'd like to welcome Joe, okay, to the big leagues now, okay? Now you got the big chair and you're in charge, okay? And I know you're going to do a great job because you really made a lot of principals look good as an assistant principal, okay? I got to say that. All right, and thanks to the CTE for the nice shirt, and hopefully if I can make it to the Skills USA this weekend, I will wear it proudly. And by the way, if anybody doesn't know, Skills USA, we have students participating this weekend, tomorrow and Saturday. And we have like the patient care at Victor Valley, video game design from Lakeview is going to be participating, robotics from Lakeview is going to be participating, and I believe the auto program at Adelanto is going to have somebody. They usually do, but I didn't hear if anybody else was, going to be competing. Otherwise, I'd mention them too. And to the young man from the Heritage Program, he hit the nail right on the head. So education is power, all right? Not just in this country. My wife grew up in another country, and she said, an educated person, they're held in higher esteem even than somebody that's rich. I know rich is good, but dumb is not, all right? So education is the key to getting out. That's what it's all about. And Ms. Jackson said when she takes students to a college, they say, we don't see anybody like us. And we heard that sometimes when my wife and I we took students to UCR for like 20 years, and the kids would say, well, can we do this? And some were, English learners, but, they would say, can we do this? And the other students from UCR would tell them, yes, you can. And the students did the presentations convincing them that they could do it. And that's what it's all about. And yesterday, the state of the district, it was great. I mean, it was good food, good entertainment, good company, and I'd like to thank everybody that made it happen. And last, the naming discussion was what I expected, okay, because, all of us that knew Felix, we knew he did this and this, and it was just a fantastic person. And we will make sure, and we will be sure that he's properly recognized. The end.
Okay. Mr. Crosby.
Again, okay, thank you. Joe, is he still here? Yeah, because he's a newbie, so he's going to stay to the bitter end. Okay, Joe, congratulations. I've thought very highly of you for a long time, and I'm glad to see that you're going to be a principal, and I know you'll do a great job. My wife and I were able to go to Cambodia in November, and we love that country. So, Ramoni, happy Cambodian New Year to you. And my wife learned to have avocado milkshakes while she was over there. And if you haven't had one, you need to have one. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Thank you to all those who came out and spoke from their heart. This was a difficult decision for us. But thank you very much for coming out and doing that. Proud Mama Amanda over here. Congratulations to you. And your daughter, of course, she's the one that did it, but you're the proud mama.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all the National History Day winners. We want to congratulate all of them. We want to say thanks and congratulations to Dr. Jackson Joel for this wonderful heritage program. We're going to do our best to copy it, imitate it, bring it to the other schools. You started it, and we're going to try to expand it district-wide, and we appreciate that. It's hard work, as you said, but you've succeeded, Dr. Jackson, and we thank you for that. And the two students who spoke, thank you. As the one said, it transformed lives, and that's so important. We want to thank our fantastic CTE for the gifts. You put on a marvelous show at the State of the District yesterday. That was impressive. We have so much to be proud of in the district, and congratulations, and thank you to all the administrators who are making it possible at your sites and at the district level to continue with that, because I look at some of my friends who graduated and went straight into the workforce, and if you look at lifetime earnings, they made more than I did as a teacher and as an educator. I went to college and they made other choices, and some are filthy rich, and I'm still waiting for that windfall to happen. But we have so much to be grateful for the CTA. Alicia over at LLA, then the graphic arts. Thank you for all this stuff. It's wonderful. We really appreciate it. When I go home and wave that around my house tonight, wife will wonder why. And by the way, my wife, she got home about 2 hours ago from the hospital. She had surgery, so I'm going to walk in waving that and surprise her. But anyhow, to the WHO Award winners, congratulations to those. people, both Jose and I have been previous.
I've been hooed before.
You've been.
I've been hooed too.
So have I, and so I didn't know Barbara had been, but and Penny, you probably have been too, haven't you? Oh no, okay, well you should.
you
be.
haven't.
You certainly should be.
Oh, we'll work on that.
Yeah, that's something that we need
Well,
to do.
mine-
That's such an honor. We want VVTA to know that we're very proud of the local winners of that one. The last thing I'd like to say is that Rosie and I were able to go to the National School Board Association meeting. We learned a lot, obviously, in my mess up with not knowing the timeline of our bylaws and all. I've got a lot more to learn, but I want Rosie to know how much I appreciate him, grateful for him, for his knowledge, his understanding, but your enthusiasm, and thank you for all that. And thank you to the board and to Carl, thank you so much for yesterday. That was a fantastic day of celebrating our district, and thank you for being the outstanding leader that you are, and all the leaders, but Carl, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kent. Barbara?
Congratulations, Joe. Hopefully you got it all down and you're ready for all those little kiddies coming out of 6th grade. Congratulations on that. And somebody's really laughing back there. Because that's like little kids coming in, you know. You'll see. And I want to thank CTE for the shirt. This is really nice. I really like that. And you do such great work. And them showing you, I always brag about our CTE program to anybody in the state so that they understand what is going on, you know, with everyone. Yesterday was a great day. Absolutely. I thought you did a phenomenal job. I really like the way you talk. You talked from the heart. And that's important to me, to hear you talking about this district from the heart. And I thought it was a tremendous speech that you gave yesterday. You did a great job. And I want to say that out loud so everybody can hear that. I welcome the students. The students all are very enthusiastic about school now, what's going on. I was welcoming them. And then I want to congratulate the Heritage Program. Absolutely a great presentation and great work. I will be talking about it in Sacramento tomorrow with other people. I think it is something that we probably should do for the CSBA not Golden Bell, but we can do Golden Bell. We can do present it at the Golden Bell, but we also should do it as a program for CSBA, for them to see what we did. And I'm going to give you, Carl, I'm going to give you this paper so that you can think about presenting that next December at the meeting. It's a proposal for your program. And also at CABE, it's another program that you might want to present that so that people can see. Because people in the state of California are looking for something that people can bring about to show as a project within the state. And we're so fabulous as a district, because I brag about it everywhere that I go, that we need to showcase, and that's some of the things we've been doing. And that program is something that we should really showcase in our district. And I will be talking about that tomorrow when I'm in Sacramento. Also, the National Historical Group, the medal winners, I thought that was great, absolutely. So what did you do? Huh?
Apollo 13.
Apollo 13?
No, she did a website on Apollo 13.
Wow.
And she's going to state, so she'll be leaving for Sacramento tomorrow. Like you.
You'll be up there with me, yeah. Oh, wow, that's great. Of course, I'll be in a room in a meeting, all with all these
She'll be
stuffy
having
people.
fun.
I should have her come over so she can explain that. But usually when I'm in a meeting, it lasts from, say, 9 o'clock all the way to 3 o'clock in the day. And I don't get out of there, you know, because we're reading all these bills and things. So it's a little bit different. But congratulations, and I would love to see you up there. And also be going to Washington to talk about the federal issues as well. And that's going to be
Coming up.
Washington D.C.
2
I think you're going with,
2
you're going
weeks.
with, yeah. And we'll be talking to Obanofti and all the rest of those groups and people up there. So it's going to be a trying time for us to make sure that we can stay safe. Safety seems to be an issue because of all the shootings and everything going on. And I'm so happy that we are going to have the units that we're going to have next year, right? So it's just kind of crazy right now with people. So everybody's worried about kids being at school and people being at school as well. So it's really an issue. So perhaps we can make sure that we're entirely safe for next year as much as possible. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you. Rosie?
Yeah, I'd also like to thank Carl for that great presentation yesterday. It was, it was so professionally done, and it was just inspiring. It made me sit there and be proud that I'm part of this organization. And then to listen to the, especially the figures, what's going on with our school and what we're going to do to improve them. And I look forward to getting that accomplished. And I think you and your staff did a tremendous job with that. It was a great program. It was inspiring. The students had a good time. And the musical part of it, I mean, my gosh, those students are so talented. And then walking around to the booth and what they had out there, I mean, it just, it was awesome. I mean, so thank you. You've done you've been here a short time, just a little bit longer than me, but you've done one heck of a job, and we really appreciate it. I was fortunate enough that the board was let me go to NSBA this year. I'd never been to one before. I learned a lot. I attended seminars that I thought would be beneficial to me in my position on the board. It gave me an opportunity to spend some time with Kent. We didn't go to the same seminars. We went to separate ones, but we got together afterwards. And then we compared notes. And you know what I really thought was interesting, and when going to these to this conference, there was school boards from throughout the country, and in every session that I sat in, I heard other board members talking to board members from other parts of the country, and the problems that they talked about that they had. I mean, they wanted to know how do we fire our chairman? How do we fire our superintendent? I mean, what do we do with this and that and the other? And I'm thinking, boy, you know what? I'm pretty lucky. Have a good board. We all get together. We have a great superintendent. We're going in the right direction, and I couldn't join in the in the conversation with him because I couldn't find anything wrong to speak
Be
about.
happy, okay?
Yeah, I mean it was awesome. It was just awesome to. I thought, well, we don't have any of those problems, and knock on wood, hope we never will. But anyway, thank you very much for allowing me to attend that NSBA, and I learned a lot about Kent, and we become really good friends, which is good. I stopped by the middle school, the new middle school yesterday and walked around. It's coming along. They've done a lot of work. Talked to a couple of our employees from the district, introduced myself, and they're just the enthusiasm that they shared with me about the school and the work that they're doing and how they're coming along and the pride that they take in their work. It's amazing. One had only been there a month. The other gentleman had been there 3 years. But they all enjoy working for the district. The gentleman that's only been there a month, he said, I was pretty fortunate. He says, I was really looking for a good job, and I found it here. And I wished him good luck, and I hope that I'd see him in 20 years down the road, if I'm still around. But they've done a super job out there. I want to congratulate Mr. Williams. I don't know Mr. Williams myself personally yet, but I look forward to meeting you and spending some time with you and getting to know you. Good luck to you. I know you're, from what I hear and from everybody else, you come well equipped for your new job. So congratulations. Thank all our students that were here. My gosh, they were great. They were just awesome. It's always awesome to hear what's going on in the schools. I appreciate the invitation to my alma mater for the graduation, especially the parking pass. That's the best part. I look forward to attending that graduation. So I also want to thank CTE for our goodies. I walked by their booth and saw the things that the students have built, and my gosh, it's amazing, just amazing what they do. CTE, NSBA, the middle school, the principal, and thank you all for coming. You know, it was a long night tonight. It was a little bit of a disappointment for me, and I'm sure for the Diaz family. But I'm sure that together we'll work on something to come up with something that's appropriate for Mr. Diaz. He was a hell of a good man, a good friend that I grew up knowing. So I'm sure that we'll do something that will honor his memory. Thank you all again for sticking around. It's always good to see familiar faces. It's taken me a little while. I have a hard time with names, remembering names. I remember faces. I always drag my wife along because she helps me. 'Cause she'll say something first. Like, it's nice to see you, so and so, and that clues me in as to who it is. But thanks again for sticking around and being here. We really appreciate you and appreciate all that you do for our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy, is this your last board meeting with us? Or will you be back in June?
May.
Well, in May? We're switching around the May. Okay. Are you coming in May? All right. It's time for your comments.
Well, first I'd like to say congratulations to Mr. Williams. I've seen him around our Silverado campus before he left. And my mind's still a little fuzzy from today's meeting. It was pretty long and very, very heartfelt as well. And also, I think I lament that there's a lot of people who left discontented from today's meeting based on the middle school's name. But I think that's a part of a genuine conversation, you know, like the goods and the bads. And I think if the outcome wasn't good today, it'll be great tomorrow, and I think that's a gift of the future. And, you know, we could always move on and create better things and also honor Mr. Diaz in an even more better way than a middle school. And yeah, thank you thank you again for coming, and thank you for the shirts as well. And it's always an honor to be on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have really said everything. I just want to thank you again for all that you do, Kent and Rosie, for representing us at the NSBA, and Jose for representing us at CTE. If you can go to that competition, the Skills
We'll see.
USA.
Between grandkids' baseball games and stuff like that, you're gonna try.
Grandkids, oh, no wonder you gotta be there.
Lorraine, thank you so much for heading up that program. It's really one of many of our shining stars. And would you please extend a thank you to Rick Garcia as well for all of the work that he did in helping with that. Joe, congratulations. It was wonderful to see all of our students. And Brianna, if you could make sure to get challenge coins for Amanda, for all of your students that participated. And Ebony, if you could get one for your student as well. And the state of the district was outstanding. It was wonderful. It was heartfelt. We left with pride to be part of this district, pride for our students, knowing that we're in good hands, that we're going in the right direction. And Carl, thank you so much. But thank you also as well to Heather for all that you did. Carl recognized you yesterday, but you did a lot, and I'm sure it could not have happened or happened as well without all of your input. Thank you for doing all that you did. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for working hard for our 11,000 students, making this a great place to learn and a great place to work. So I will turn this over to Carl.
Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn. I wish you. You know how many times I do that to my kids in the back seats?
We understand, honey, trust me.
Oh, my goodness.
Brooklyn, I just want to wish you the best of luck tomorrow, and I hope that you become a champion again.
Oh,
in
yeah,
Sacramento.
definitely.
Go champ.
I want to just point something out, from we have a lot of work to do as a district, right? A lot of planning and a vision and all of those pieces, but then sometimes it just comes down to the nuts and bolts of getting stuff done. So Shante, I just want to tell you, thank you to your entire business, whole division, your accountants, the payroll and everything, because everybody received their retro checks on time. And that's not an easy feat to do. And I know there's much more things that happen. And as much as the employees here love what they do, they also want to get paid and correctly. So just thank you to you and your team. Please extend that on behalf of all of us to just get that done. Joe, wish you the best of luck over there. You have lots of support for about the first 90 days. And then after that, you're on your own. You're going to do great. You got a lot of support, and really proud that you'll be leading this new school. I don't know if I can say it any better than you did, Wendy. That was about as mature as you can say based on this adult conversation that took place. And you took the words right out of my mouth. And so I'm going to just kind of echo and piggyback off of what you said is, we have a new name for a middle school, but I think when you get into moments like this, what we have to do is really pause and reflect and stop and say, you know what should spark a much greater discussion about so many and the legacies that people leave behind, and how do we honor those so that these stories continue? Because if you think about these great organizations, regardless of CEOs or military or organizations, there's stories that are told about legacy, and I think that this is really going to spark a much greater conversation. How do we honor those? Yesterday I said it for all of you on this board. You have 220 years combined experience of public service. It's incredible. It's an incredible amount, and that's legacy. And how do you really stop and just honor legacy? Because it's about what we can do. It's about what we leave behind to others. And so I just thank you for the conversation today. It's very authentic, and it was genuine. It was heartfelt, and I think it'll continue to spark a much greater conversation. So don't take this as a bittersweet moment, but rather, the best is yet to come from conversations like this. So thank you, and to the Diaz family, because it will make our district better.
Yeah. One of the things that we've always thought about in years past was forming at Victor Valley High School and a historical society kind of group. And it would be a part of either any of the comprehensive high schools where we could honor those who have been here before us, before the others have been here. And many of these people that graduated, at this school.
Yeah.
So, that might be something that we look into so we can rename some of the things that we need to rename.
Absolutely.
And we'll involve the students doing the research.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with the Mojave Historical Society.
Carl, do you see any need to return back to closed session? All right, at this time, would someone like to make a
So
motion to
moved.
adjourn? Moved by by
gotta
Rosie.
get outta here. I
seconded
gotta
by
catch
Jose.
a plane at
All in favor, say aye.
5:20.
All in favor, say aye.
Are you in Ontario?
Huh?
Are you in Ontario?
Ontario.
I might see you down
Safe
there. I
travels,
have a
okay?
flight tomorrow at 6.
Oh.
So,
Call me if you need anything.
You'll
Call me
be
if you
down
need
there.
anything. I'll be thinking about it. Are you
I'm
going
to
up
Oregon
there?
tomorrow for a baseball. I'll take a day off.
Oh, where you gotta go?
Oh!